Commission resumes. Mr. Brainders, before we begin, Mr. Brainders not here.
No,
Ms.
Mr. Brainders
Barnes,
gives
you're
his
standing in
apologies.
you're in standing in for him.
Indeed.
Or sitting in for him. Yesterday, Mr. Mathunjwa asked whether AMCU intended calling I think it was the branch chairperson who had spoken to Mr. Mathunjwa on the telephone and made a report to him. Mr. Mathunjwa identified the person concerned, and Mr. Mathunjwa wanted to know, however, whether you were intending to call him, and if so, whether he'd get a statement. And I told him then that he would find out in the course of time. Well, I'm hoping he can find out now. Have you decided whether he's going to be called?
Chair, I don't as yet have a final instruction on that. I will attempt to obtain one and revert as soon as possible.
Yes, and as soon as you have that instruction, would you please communicate with Mr. Mathunjwa or Mr. Semenya, who is his leader, with that information,
We will
together
do so.
with a copy of a statement, and if the answer is you're going to call him, with a copy of a statement so that they can prepare suitably. Thank you.
Mbuzo bubuzo apha kokuba lo obe owayethetha nomhlekazi uMabunda ngefowuni emxelo kwenzeka ntoni uyawubizana nje ngenqina kuthiwa ngokuba sengenza isigqibo kuzawuthi ke xa sekwenziwe isigqibo baxelele okokuba uyawubizwa ikane nakena ubizwana nje ngenqina.
Chair, on the same subject that you raised with my learned friend, you will remember that we also had a debate about witnesses to be called. I simply assume that those witnesses are not to be called, and I'll ask the questions of Mr. Mathunjwa, if I'm allowed to, on the basis that they won't be called.
Uthi uzawubuza imibuzo ke apha ku mhlekazi uMathunjwa obuphathelene nalawo manqina acinga okokuba engabizwanga ivezwe uye leyo ntetho yawo.
Before you make an irrevocable assumption, perhaps we should ask Ms. Barnes whether the assumption will be correct. Ms. Barnes, you heard what Mr. Berger said.
Yes, Chair, as I indicated earlier, I don't yet have a final instruction in relation to the further witnesses.
That means then, I take it, that Mr. Berger can at least pro tem assume that the witnesses may not be called and may then cross-examine on the basis of that assumption. That must be so.
Yes, Chair.
Buzo kokuba Mr. Berger uzawuba nalona igunya lokuba buze le mibuzo ebeyawuphendula ngalamanqina ngoba kungekho siqiniseko ngoku sokuba azawubizwa na. Uthi ewe ingabuzwa leyo mbuzo.
Evidence leaders wish to avail themselves of their right to cross-examine Mr. Mathunjwa first, or are they prepared to stand back for the moment for representatives of the parties?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the questions on just two issues. Mr. Mathunjwa, you mentioned that the protesters were shot at by NUM officials / members, and that 2 people were killed. Do you know who the people that were killed are? Can you give us names, please?
Buzo kokuba aba babini athi badutshulwa ngabaphathi noma amalunga enoma uyabazi na ngobani amabizo abo.
No, I do not know them. That's what I overheard.
Andibazi ndive nje kutshiwo.
And if I were to suggest that according to information that we have received, it looks like nobody actually died. Would you accept that or not?
Xa ndibeka kuwe okokuba ingxelo esinikiwe okokuba akukho muntu owasweleka apho uzawuthini kuloko.
I will take as you just said.
Ndizakumkela loo ntetho njengoba uyibeka.
Does that mean that you are prepared to concede that though people may well have been shot on the day in question, you have no evidence to the effect that any of those who were shot died?
That's correct.
Uza kuyamekela into yokuba badutshulwa ngalowo mini abo bantu kodwa ke awunabo ubungqina bokuba ukukhona wasweleka kubo. Ewe.
I will now take you to the meeting that was attended by General Mpembe.
Mr. Madlanga, before you proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Bears has raised his hand and turned on his microphone.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I crave your indulgence. I thought that there was a matter that we could deal with rather very quickly, and that is the question of the application by the families that I dealt with yesterday. I indicated to you,
Yes,
to the Commission.
yes, I had received a message, which presumably you may now wish to repeat to me in open commission, so that we can then proceed with the matter on the basis of what you're going to tell me.
Indeed, indeed, Mr. Chairman. And also, if you could also address the families themselves so that they shouldn't feel that they are not being, they are being sidelined or ignored.
Umhlekazi Sebenza
By,
ufaka isicelo kulento ebeyibeka izolo kokuba ifamilies njengoba zilapha ucela uchairman umgcini sihlalo kokuba athethe nazo zingayiboni lento kokuba azifakwanga kulento esingayo apha.
Madlanga, I take it you won't mind your cross-examination being interrupted on this point?
Not by Mr. Nsebeza, Mr. Chairman. No.
Sizawuthi umuntu
Appears to be some kind of delectus personae, which I don't know that I like, but anyway.
akanangxaki ukuba umnikazi Nsebeza angenele kweli xesha.
Mr. Chairman, we had indicated yesterday that the families would be leaving tomorrow and would be returning in January. And I've conferred with my colleagues, and Mr. Berger, for instance, wanted to get on with the cross-examination of Mr. Mathunjwa right away. I've got an opposed application in the High Court in Gauteng tomorrow morning. And I have conferred with Mr. Semenya. And there's an indication that this application should rather be heard later on, when everybody will have reflected on how to deal with it. We have indicated that our preference would have been that we should move it today, but we understand that it should be dealt with later on. And on that basis, we are comfortable if the matter were dealt with in the first phase, and that would be at a time when the families are back, and we wouldn't mind the matter being dealt with on the 21st, failing the 21st of January 2013, failing that date on the Thursday or Friday in that very first week of the Commission's resumption. And
Uthi umhlekazi Sebenza ube ndifake lento izolo isicelo kokuba kuvezwe lento yefamily ngoba zizogoduka ngomso zide zibuye ngomhla ka-21 kuJanuary kulonyaka ozayo. Xa ingenziwa lonto ngoku ndizawucela kokuba kube into yokuqala ezokwenziwa ngalowo mini xa iCommission iqala.
Asking for is that the application be heard on the 21st of January or the 24th or 25th of January. What is the reason for the alternative dates? Are you suggesting the families may not be back by the 21st?
I've got engagements on the on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I was going to seek the indulgence of the Commission to excuse me on those 2 days.
Mhlekazi Sebenza xa ebuzwa kokuba uthi ingene nge-21 noma nge-24 ubuzwa ukuba into ningangeni nge-21 bese ngemini elandelayo uthi ke kumhlekazi kukho enye into emdinga ngokunqamileyo phaya eHigh Court nge-22 nange-23.
Let's proceed on the basis that for the moment the application will be heard on the 21st of January. If for some reason it's not possible to do it on that day, it will be done on a subsequent day, reasonably close to the 21st, which suits the parties and which you can discuss with your learned friends and arrange with them. But for the moment, I think the way forward is for us to, provisionally at least, state that the application will be moved on the 21st of January. And do you wish to say something in regard to want to address some remarks to the families so they can understand the reason for this and why that following this procedure will in no way prejudice them and won't place them in any weaker position than they would otherwise be in, and that their rights are being fully respected insofar as is possible.
Chairman, I think you are best placed to do that, because I would do that anyway when we consult. But it would have much weight if it was coming from the chair.
I take it that what I said a moment ago can be interpreted to them, and I would hope that that would be sufficient in the circumstances.
Uchaza apha umhlekazi umgcini sihlalo bethetha nomhlekazi unsebenza kokuba kukho isicelo esithize esinqamile afuna ukusifaka apha ngomhla zingu-21 kodwa bethanda ukuyenza loo nto zikhona izalamane nezihlobo zaba bantu zive okokuba kuthini na. Usecela-ke umgcini sihlalo kokuba incazelo le ivele kuye njengomgcini sihlalo.
We will then proceed on that basis. And Mr. Madlange, you were cross-examining. You dealt with one topic. You said you had only one other topic to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will now take you to Exhibit 004, Mr. Mathunjwa, and that is the transcript of the meeting of 15 August 2012 that was attended by you, General Mpembe, and few other people. I'm sure you remember that. I'll take you to page 22 of that exhibit.
Ndifuna ke sijenge ku page 22 ikhasi lika 22 kula meeting naninayo apho kwakhona no General Mpembe mhla zi-15 kwinyanga kaAugust kuwo lo nyaka.
Do you have the document, Mr. Mathunjwa? It looks like it, yes.
Yes, it looks as if it's the correct one.
Volume, for colleagues, it's volume F for Freddie, page 342. Thank you. Mr. Mathunjwa, against line 13, against line 13 at page 22, the following appears, and it's you speaking. I mean, whether we go there or we don't go there, but the lives will be lost, according to the information we receive from General. Am I correct that the reference to General there is a reference to General Mpembe?
That's correct.
Apha thetha khona ngegama lika General, thetha ngo General Mpembe.
Am I correct also that grammatically, when you say lives will be lost, that is stating something that is definite, certain to happen?
The manner in which the general was stating in the meeting,
Njengendlela wayethetha ngayo uGeneral kula meeting ndaba nesisigqibo kokuba noma siyaya noma kasiyiphaya kuzawusweleka abantu.
Before your view of what the general said, I just want to get an idea whether you accept that grammatically what I've just read to you, which was said by you, that means something definite or something certain. Lives will be lost.
Xa ndiva intetho yakho apha ndiyifunda okokuba wawu thetha into wenze osoyibonile okokuba into eza kwenzeka kokuba kuzawubakho abantu abaswelekayo phaya.
yes, as I've said, that based on that general was telling us in the meeting that people are being killed. So that was my reference point, that yes, people will still be killed.
Ndandiyithetha le nto ngokuba xa sithetha noGeneral wayesethethile ngabantu abaswelekileyo ngoko ke ndathi mna kuzawubakho abantu abaswelekayo.
I have gone through the transcript looking for the part where the general makes that definite statement that lives will be lost. What I was able to find is at page 2, and there he says lives might be lost. Or in fact, if I were to read what he says, The operation has reached to a sensitive stage that we might go and lose more lives. And this is against line 18. It starts at line 18 at page 2. Do you see that?
On to say, we cannot lose.
Yes, that is so, yes. But do you notice that he did not say lives will be lost? He said lives might be lost.
Xa uyifunda kakuhleke lento kaGeneral apha akasho kokuba kukho abantu abazosweleka. Uthe kungahle kwenzeke kusweleke abantu.
That's correct. I was referring to that instance.
We do know, of
Loo nto
course,
bendithetha ngayo ke.
yes, we do know, of course, that unfortunately lives did get lost. But I was just trying to get an understanding of where your statement came from. Did the general actually say that? So is it your understanding that he did say what you say, what you yourself say?
Yes, according to this statement, that is what I was meaning.
Okay.
Benditsho lento ke ndijongise kule ntetho ebesithethwe nguye uGeneral. Xa esithi uMr Mathunjwa siyazi okokuba kwabakho abantu abaswelekayo emva koko.
No further questions, commissioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Madlanga. Mr. Semenya,
Thank you, Chair.
cross-examined first, or Mr. Berger?
No, I'll go first this time, Chair and Commissioners.
Mhlekazi uSemenya SC nguyena ozawubuza imibuzo ngoku.
Mr. Mathunjwa, as a leader, I take it you reject armed protest.
Njengomuntu ongumholi ke Mathunjwa ndiyabona uba uchasene nento yokuba i-protest ezi zibe nodushe.
That's correct.
Ewe.
And as a leader, you distance yourself from any form of armed protest. Am I correct?
Njengomholi ke uyaziqhelalisa wena nezinto eziphathelene nodushe.
That's correct.
Kunjalo?
You'd actually condemn it where it happens, is that right?
Yes, I will condemn it.
Xa kukho into enjengale yenzekayo ndikhombisa ukungavani nayo ndiyabaxela uba ndivani naloo nto.
I take it AMCU rejects armed protest as well, correct?
That's correct.
Ndithatha ke okokuba i-AMCU nayo akungobantu abavana ne-protest ezinodushe. Ewe.
Will distance itself from any form of armed protest as a union, correct?
That's correct.
Njenge-union ke i-AMCU iyeza kuziqhelelanisa nezinto eziphathelene nodushe.
Will actually condemn any armed protest, particularly or especially relating to its members.
Yes, any kind of armed protest will condemn it.
Noma ngoluphi uhlobo lodushe olukhona i-AMCU kayinawuvana nalo njengombutho.
And I take it as a leader, you also would reject unlawful killings.
I don't understand that. Could you please repeat your question again?
That as a leader, you will reject any form of unlawful killings of human beings.
Njengomholi ke uchasene nyani nokubulawa kwabantu okungekho kuchasene nomthetho okungekho emthethweni.
I will condemn any killings.
Noma ngokunjani ukubulawa komuntu akuyona into endivana nayo.
And as a leader, you'll distance yourself from any form of killings that are not lawful.
Njengomholi ke uza kuziqhelelanisa wena nezinto ezinjengezo apho kubulawa khona abantu ngaphandle komthetho.
I will distance myself to any killings.
Ndiziqhelelanisa ke mna nokubulala noma okunjani komuntu.
The point of the question is, unlawful killings, if someone kills someone else in self-defense, someone were attacking you and your life was in danger, and you had to kill the other person to save yourself, defend yourself, that would be a lawful killing, provided certain other requisites were present. Now, what you're being asked is whether you condemn unlawful killings. In other words, you don't condemn a lawful killing, but you condemn unlawful killings. That's the thrust of the question. You haven't answered it yet.
Umbuzo govela kumhlekazi umgcini sihlalo umchazele okokuba ukubulawa komuntu kohlukile kukho apho kubulawa khona umuntu kungekho sizathu abulawa ngaphandle komthetho kukhona apho kusweleka khona abantu kwezahlakalo ezithize apho umbulala lo muntu ngenzame zokuzikhusela ukukhusela eyakho impilo.
If the commissioner distinguish between the killings using lawful and unlawful, that means that will be the case.
That's the question you were asked by Mr. Semenya, you see. So I understand you to say you agree with that, you condemn unlawful killings, all unlawful killings. Is that right?
Yes.
Ndivumelana naye umhlekazi uSiminya apho into endingavani nayo ukubulawa kwabantu ngaphandle komthetho ukubulawa komuntu okuxhasene nomthetho.
Especially if those killings are done by AMCU people, correct?
Not only AMCO people, any person.
Uthi umhlekazi uyakuxhasana nalento kakhulu xa abo bantu babulalayo kungabantu beAMCU umhlekazi uMathunjwa uthi noma ngawubani obulalayo andivani nalona.
But you'll condemn it more if it is perpetrated by one of your members or members of AMCU, right?
Can you repeat again?
You will condemn it more if such unlawful killing is perpetrated by an AMCU member, a union to which you are the president.
I will condemn it across the board, irrespective whether it's AMCO member or is not an AMCO member. I will condemn it.
Umbuzo ubusithi uzawuba ngumuntu obonisa ukuxhathana kakhulu lento xa yenziwa ngumuntu ikanene olilungu lalombutho opresident wawo iAMCU. Pendulo kaMathunjwa ithi noma ngawubani owenza eso senzo ndixhasene naso.
Now, I can safely accept that even AMCU rejects any forms of unlawful killing as a union.
It is correct.
Ndithatha kokuba iAMCU yona njengombutho ngabantu abaxhasene nokubulawa kwabanye abantu ngaphandle komthetho. Ewe.
It will reject any form of unlawful injury caused to other people as well.
AMCU ke ixhasene nokuwenzakaliswa kwabanye abantu.
Of course, yes.
Ewe.
No less than you would do as a leader, am I correct?
Nawe ke njengomholi wayo kunjalo.
Yes.
And as a leader, you condemn, reject, and distance yourself from any unlawful damage to property.
Njengomholi ke uxhasene awuvani nento yokwenzakaliswa kwempahla yabanye abantu.
That's correct.
So when you see torched motor vehicles belonging to lawnmen, you would reject and condemn that type of conduct, am I right?
Xa ubona inqwela zakwa lawnmen zitshisiwe akusosenzo esovumelana naso uyixhasile into enjengaleyo.
Not only for lawnmen, for any person's property being damaged, I will condemn it.
Hayi ezakwa lawnmen kuphela konakaliswa nje kwempahla noma ngaye kabani nomnye umuntu akuyonto endivana nayo.
And that would be true of AMCU as a union as well. It would condemn this damage to property, the touching of cars, etc. Am I right?
Lethemba kokuba neAMCU ngokwayo akubo bantu abavana nezenzo ezinjengezo zokunelwa phansi lahlekela ukuchitha kwempahla yabanye abantu.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And I'm correct that as a leader, you would support the functions of the police where they're done within the parameters of the law, am I right?
That is correct.
Ndithatha ke njengomholi okokuba uyawuvumelana nendlela amapolisa asebenza ngayo ukuvimela izinto ezinjengezo. Ewe.
And AMCU does accept the South African Police Service as the lawful law enforcer in the country, am I right?
That is correct.
Ndithatha okokuba iAMCU iyawamukela umbutho wamapolisa ase South Africa njengabakhuseli apha. Ewe.
And you would expect your members to obey lawful instructions by police officers, wouldn't you?
Andithi ungumuntu olindele okokuba iimembers zakho zulalele umthetho okhoyo. Kunjalo?
Yes, as a citizen of the country, yes.
Njengabahlali baleli lizwe. Ewe.
So when told, put your weapons down by a police officer, you expect them to comply.
Akuthiwa kubo ke bekani phansi izixhobo ngamapolisa ubulindele okokuba bawumamele lo myalelo.
That's correct.
Ewe.
And when they don't, you would look at that conduct with disapproval.
Xa bengavumi ukuba bazibeke phansi izixhobo kuyaba yinto ongavumelani nayo leyo.
That's correct.
Ewe.
If given a chance, you would communicate your disapproval to your members where they are in disobedience to a lawful order, right?
Xa unganikwa ithuba lokuba uthethe nabo uza kuyibeka loo nto ngokuba uvumelani nalento abayenzile yokungalaleli imiyalelo yemthetho.
Would you please repeat again your question?
You would, if given an opportunity, express your disapproval to your members where they are in disregard of a lawful order.
Yes, that's correct.
Njengoba ndiwubuzile umbuzo uthi ewe.
In fact, when you look at your members in flagrant disregard of the laws of the country, you'll speak against it, am I right?
Xa ubona amalungu akho enza izenzo ezichasene nyani nomthetho obekiwe waleli lizwe akuyona into ozawuvumelana nayo le.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
What you will not do is to excite them with political rhetoric that may lead to violence, am I right?
Ungeke ke ube sewuveza phaya intetho ezithize zepolitiki ezokwenza ukuba baqhubeke ngaleso senzo basenzayo.
Oh, well, it depends where we are. What are we
Kuyawuya
talking
ngokuthi
about?
sikuphi na.
You're not suggesting to us there are situations where you would use political rhetoric to excite them towards violence, are you?
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Ndiva kakuhle kokuba awutsho kokuba wena uzawasebenzisa amazwi njengalawo epolitiki ukukhuthaza aba bantu kwezo zenzo. Hayi andisho njalo.
So I must be right that as a leader, you would not use political rhetoric in a very explosive environment, am I right?
Akukho izehlakalo ezinjengalezo ezinobuzaza awunawufaka amazwi epolitiki apho azokhuthaza.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And relating to matters labor, but I'm going to steer clear of the facts on this one. But I accept that as a leader, you understand bargaining by unions with employers, correct?
Yes.
Njengomholi ke ndicinga uba uyazazi izindlela ezibekiwe zokuthetha izinto eziphathelene nezemisebenzi nezemivuzo ewe.
And bargaining often happens in boardrooms, am I right?
Andithi leyo nto ezo zintetho ziba khona kwi-boardrooms ezibekiwe.
Yes, it starts at the boardrooms.
Ziqala kwi-boardroom ewe.
And they are always peaceful, aren't they?
Ndithi apho kuthethwa ngoxolo ngokuvana.
Not really.
Hayi onke amaxesha uda kunjalo.
Under the law, they are always peaceful, correct?
Ngaphansi komthetho kufanele okokuba zenziwe ngoxolo ezo zinto.
Under that context, correct?
Xa uyibeka ngolo hlobo ewe ndivumelana nawe.
Okay. Now, I want to show you a video of the 13th of August 2012. And I just want to test with you whether what premise we have agreed on is correct.
Ndifuna ukukubonisa lo mfanekiso wezi 13 zika August. Ke sijonge phaya okokuba le nto besithetha ngayo iyenzeka naphaya.
Have we seen this video already? If not, we must give it an exhibit number. If we have seen it, perhaps you can give us the exhibit number it already has.
We have seen it, Chair, in the presentation. This is where, next to the railway line.
Uveza umhlekazi Siminya ukuba ike yavela le video le nto yenzeka phaya ngasesiporweni.
I'd have to be given the exhibit number now. You can proceed to show the video clip, and at some stage, perhaps after the tea adjournment, the evidence leaders can give us the reference.
Thank you, Chair.
Baza kusinika inamba yayo emva kokuba kuyiwe etiyeni izawuvezwa ngoku le nto enzeka phaya ngakujantshi.
I'm taking the people at the...
Mathunjwa, do you see what we saw now? And I just want to confirm, you do hear that clattering of weapons, correct?
uyibonile mhlekazi Mathunjwa lento eyenzeka phaya nokubethwa kwezixhobo.
Yes.
Ewe,
That as the president of AMCU you will condemn, am I right?
akuyonto uvumelana nayo lena ke njengopresident weAMCU.
Yes, as I've answered earlier on, that's correct.
Njengoba beseniphendulile kunjalo.
And some of these are AMCU members, am I right?
Abanye kwaba bantu baphaya members eAMCU kunjalo.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if the witness is going to be asked questions about this video, I think it's only fair that he be shown the whole video so that he sees the full context. I'm not sure that this witness has previously seen this video.
Isn't that a matter to be sorted out in re-examination? If he's asked questions, excuse me, which are unfair, or, well, no, if they're asked unfair, you can object and I'll uphold the objection. If he's asked questions which present an inadequate reflection of what he really would wish to say, that's a matter which you can deal with in re-examination. So,
Not sure that it could be properly dealt with in re-examination, Chair. There's a particular context here, and without the witness seeing the whole video, he's unable to appreciate that context.
we find out whether he knows the context first before we take the matter any further. Perhaps Mr. Semenya can approach the case on that basis. And once that aspect has been dealt with, we can then revisit your objection if you still persist in it.
Into evezwa apha uthi unkosazana phaya simbonisa ingxenye ethize yale video asimbonisanga yonke akayibonanga okokuba phaya ngaseqaleni bekwenzeka ntoni uthi uchairman akuyonto azoyilungisa leyo xa esebuza umbuzo uthi mhlawumbe bangakhona ukuyenza leyo nto ngelo xesha ngoba esebonele isiphakathi.
Mr. Semenya, you've heard the point raised by Ms. Barnes. Do you wish to deal with it?
I intend to ask the witness nothing beyond what the witness has seen.
Her point is that if you ask him to comment on things that he's seen, inasmuch as he's only seen a few seconds of what happened, and that the context adds an extra dimension which he may not be aware of, her point is that that's unfair, as I understand her objection. And I'm giving you an opportunity to reply to the objection.
Chair, I propose rather to play the tape. I don't concede the objection to be founded, though.
Ndithi mayidlale itape yonke kodwa ke andiboni andivumelani nalento ethethwa nguMiss Barnes yokokuba le
As far as I can recall, it's quite a long tape. I don't know whether you want the whole of it to be shown, Ms. Barnes. Just enough to apprise the witness of the context. So the questions that he's asked can be approached by him with an appreciation of the context. Would that be a fair approach?
Indeed, Chair. This is the video in which the General addresses the protesters, but then several of the protesters reply to the General. It will also be important that that is played so that the witness, understands what happened. The witness was not present. I think that's common cause on the day.
uthi unkosazana Barnes bendifuna okokuba kukhonjwe yonke ivideo le
Before we
ibonise
proceed, let me
nalapho
ask the witness-
abaqhankqalazi bathetha noGeneral.
Well, I think is a necessary question. Have you seen the video of the exchange between General Mpembe and some of the strikers on the afternoon of the 13th next to the railway line before the incident when 2 policemen were killed and 2 or possibly 3 of the strikers were killed also? Have you seen that video?
I quite not recall whether I was here because some of the sessions was not in attendance of the commissioner.
But when you were being precognized before you gave evidence, were you not shown videos that that had been seen here that you hadn't seen because you weren't here?
No.
Ubuza okokuba akazange ayibone nalo video yesehlakalo somhla ka-13 ku-August phaya ngakudanje phambi kokuba kusweleke lamapolisa amabili nabanye abantu abathathu buzo kokuba
Mr. Semenya,
amagqwetha ammele azange ambonise uthi hayi akazange ambonise.
I suggest you proceed as you propose, i.e., that is to say, showing him the clip, or enough of the clip to inform him of the context, so that any questions you asked, that you propose asking, will not be based on or suffer from the defect that he's not aware of the full context.
Okay. Yes, Chair. Shall we play the video until the point where the crowd disperses?
And I take it won't be necessary for there to be interpretation to slow things down, because it's already been shown and there has been interpretation at that stage.
Izawudlalwa ke lo mboniso kodwa ke andinawutolika yonke into ngoba ike yadlalwa apha ndayiveza ndayitolika into ethethwa phaya sikhombisa nje umhlekazi uMathunjwa.
Lo into lothina lapha kanina. Thina lokuhamba lapho londawo lotinahlala. Ngafuna ukuthi alondela tinahamba. Yena nto tsacela nayilwile. Nayilwile kanina. Thina londela lokuhamba lapho londawo lotina. Nawulondawo lotina buya lapha kayena. Thina tsheliwe wani into lotina buya.
So that those in the auditorium can hear, and the witness can hear clearly what was said.
Cela kokuba sithi ukuphakamisa kancane ivolume aba bahleli kwi-auditorium bayive kakuhle intetho evezwa phaya nomhlekazi uMathunjwa ayive.
Sizela ngenxa into evelile. Manje sibe sizocela ke ukuthi asizanga sithi sizolibamba. Kodwa sinenkinga, inkinga yethu yilezi zinto eniziphethe azikho emthethweni. Manje mayibeke nifuna kuhamba ngiqala umuntu ngamunye anginikeze lezi zinto. Lalelani ke, lalelani. Kodi isokresibile. Oh no, kuba one. Yeah, everyone for mama. Azikho emthethweni. So noma ngisuka lapha ngiyakulaba abasentabeni. Akufuzakake kuthi nihlale ngalendlela niyenze nibuthabuthane ngoba noma ubuthana manje ufuze uyaqala ukubuthana ni-addresswe ngama-leaders away. Anifuzange kuthi nihlangane ngaleli hlobo. Ngoba ukuhlangana kwenu ngaleli hlobo alikho nasemthethweni. Manje ke size lapha sizonitshela leyo nto ukuthi ningaphindi futhi nihlangane ngaleli hlobo. Amaphoyisa amabe nihlangana ngaleli hlobo baseza ke bathi nihlukane. Masisuka lapha siya kulaba abasentabeni. Siyabatshela ukuthi anifuzanga ukuthi nihlale entabeni. Anifuzanga ukuthi nihlangane ngaleli hlobo. Anifuzanga ukuthi niphathe imkhonto lena. Ngoba imkhonto lena iphethe ayikho emthethweni. Yonke into ebesona
thina khona lapha kulondawo lothina khona lapha kayena. Lo manje utabambile yena. Thina ibuyile ngalodlame. Lo sikhathi nacama ukuthi tabuyile ngalodlame. Bhetele tinambani zonke tothabo ndawo lotinahlala nalotinahlala laba tadabani la ndawo yena. Tinambani zonke. Lo into lotinazivuma yena. Yena lokubamba lo manje lo manje so. Bhetele thamba lapho lo ndawo lothina khona lapha kayena. Zonke nanini nama nathina. Lokukhombisa ukuthi thina yilwa.
Yebo baba.
Baba wami. Nina maphoyisa straight. Nina maphoyisa straight. Thina khona lapha ka road me. Thina lungisa lo Marika thina lapha road me. Thina chopha phansi mgodi. Thina yilwa nalo munye moto yena khona lo into lo thina funa lungisa ndaba thina kumile lapha thina thola lo ma security lo ka lo mai. Ayikhona nini? Yena khuluma zikho lo into lo thina funa bethe thina buyela muva. Yena zama kujubula lapha
khuluma yena
uyisa pendu thina yilwa nalo zonke umuntu thina cela lo phela lapha nina umuntu ka lo government thina funa lo mali lo ka thina lapha manje
Yes.
ngiyacela tata njengoba besivumelene ukuthi sicela ukuya lenani zinto sicela ukuthi ningazithisi sinike manje sihambeni uma ngabe lithetha zonke sihambe nathi nina ngokuba thina asinawulwa baba asilwi
Niyosinikeza zona kuphi? Laphi entabeni?
sisonke labo singahlala entabeni
Oh, benisentabeni?
sabuya lapho labo lobaphathi banakhona lapho bona nikile thile lo mpendulo loba nikile thile uthi thina hambisa lapho lobasebenzi esinashile lapho sinacela nini namba nathile lapho lobasebenzi esinashile lapho yena ngesikhathi lo thina senza lo sidingo ukuthi sinanika nina la mayinto lo ninabuya nalo mntu lo thina funa lapho kathile lo mlungu loka lo mali lo thina funa yena buyisa lo mpendulo loka lo mali lo thina funa yena lo into lo thina funa lapho thina ilwile nalo muntu lo thina xabanele yena lena chaya thina
ayukuthi namoshile
khulumile tata lapha thina imoshile isikhathi thina and thina sikhuluma one igama thina siphinda khuluma le ndaba azikho lo magama ndabona sikhuluma thina khulumile tata abatata bonke mabahambe nathi siye kulo ndawo lo thina hlalile lapha kayena muva kaloko nina hamba buyisa lo mlungu loka lo mali nathi nafuna mali nabuyisa lo mpendulo loka lo mali nina bamba lo mayinto thina sinikeza nina lo mayinto lo thina ilwile nalo muntu lapho sukela thina qalile le into lo thina ilwile nalo muntu thina hambani zonke tinahamba lapho lo ndawo lo thina khona muva kaloko ninabuya nihamba lapho lo management kathina ngasikhathi niyafuna lo bakhokela zikhona yena lapha kathina yena abantu banajoba mkhona kuphela lapha sikawamkhokheli lapha kathina yena le nto tinacela lapha kanina ngasikhathi ninayilwa nathina thina hambani zonke lapho lo ndawo lo thina hlala yena ngasikhathi lo ninaziza lapha kathina ninakhuluma ninacela lo mayintolo thina khulula yena ngalo nhliziyo lapho lo ndawo lo thina khona ninabuya nalo mlungu lo yena qashile thina nalo into lo nalo mpendulo lo thina funa lapha kayena futhi ngasikhathi ninabuya nalo mlungu thina zihlala lapho lo ntaba lihlala kwena thina zibuya lapha kanelo ndawo lo ninakhona ninatshela yena lo mlungu natshela thina kuphi isikhathi yena zinika lo into lo thina funa thina nina ezibuya lapha kathina lo sikhathi ninataba nina zibuya lapha kathina tena khona lapho yena bukile thina ayilwa lo sikhathi afikile lapho manje mqathi kathina yena ibuyile lapha kathina yena thumelile manje nebuyise lo mpendulo lo thina funa yena leyo nto lo sikhathi lebuyise lo mpendulo thina kuphendukile thina buya muva thina ilwile thina hamba hlala lapho lo ndawo thina hlala ngalo mgqibelo thina buyile lapho lo ndawo kathina labantu lama-security kalo mine yena fikile jubula thina nalabantu kalo nawo balabulala thu umuntu lapha kathina yena lo ndawo thina phathile lo into lo thina ilwile nalo muntu tinacela kuphela thina nanina tinahamba lapha ndawo thina khulumile lo mayinto le tinafuna tinahamba nika ninalile lapha ndawo thinayiya sonke thina sonke tinahamba nanina futhi lo buhlungu into lo pendi lwami nayizwela ndaba sikhathi nakhangela nina mina buka lo face lenafana nalo kamina kuphela mina izo buhlungu wabona isikhathi mina hamba bona loko nyama lo enafanana na mina mina izo buhlungu siteleke mina buka nina kuphela sikolo
Ufanele ukuthi usimamela manje
so yena lo ndaba mina
wesiphetheni.
mamela yena into mina khuluma lo mento mina yizo sikhathi ngakhuluma so mina cela lo yena sicela kathina thina khuluma thina cela thina hamba nanina lapha thina hamba nika nina lo mento thina inqaba asikho lona sihamba phambili asikho lona sihamba muko hamba nanina lo manto linatholile hamba kuphela nana thakulu siyabona sele kuyo nibuye nizotshela izinto ezisifunayo isiphathele umqeshi wethu kule ndawo sikuyo sisentabeni abo sikhoyo kodwa kana sikhathi kani sifuna sizoza kule ndawo nisifuna kuyo kule ndawo sizoya stadium kule ndawo nisifuna kuyo siyamamela uba umqeshi uthini ngale nto siyifunayo njengabhasa ngifuza kuthi ngalalo sihlanu wena izwa tata thina yilwile nalapha kula mabhalisa lakalo mati abuya lapha kayena thina yilwile thinakhulumile fana kanti balakhuluma thina hamba lapho lonalo thinahlala banazibuya nalo mkabakala siyama lapho nina ifikile nabiza thina lapha nalo nomntwana nam yena tela dubula thina bulalile thumuntu lapha kathina manje yena lentolo fana kalo lapho siphathile fana ngaso thina yilwile nalo muntu lo thina cela kabo tata daba thina zivalele thina solo ngoma kathina.
The police have given them ample time to negotiate. So these people didn't want to end their weapons. So whatever action that is going to take place is because of they are not cooperating. Then I am still continuing the footage, but I'm cutting this for a moment.
masihambe nezi siphindele phi phaya kulaa ndawo besihleli kuyo wona njengangoku aya kumanagement ezi zinto ngosicela kuni njengoba yawo ngowemayini asilwi namntu kuphela athi ayasicela sibona asilwi namntu kuphela nawo ayazi nalasemarikana west unabantu abasilwisayo ayacela sifonelwa phaa ke ngokuba la maphoyisa akhona esefikile ngapha lawo emayini asilindi uba masize sizophi feedback kumanagement uthini na ngosicela ntoni ke ngoku sithi sicela nje indlela bathi siphululeni nisigade asimoshi mzi wamntu asityi into yamntu kuphela sicela ntoni xa sifika phaya kulaa ndundulu nizatsho nifike ke ngoku le nto esiziphetheyo sizawuza kuwe baba
Tata, no, tata, ngithe anginankinga nani ngifuna imkhonto nje. Hey,
sithi baba
ngifuna imkhonto. Ngifuna imkhonto. Phela yonke into manje mangingatholi imkhonto ngeke ngidedele. Yeah, and I think we
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mathunjwa, I'm sure you now have the context.
Usuyibonile ngoku Mathunjwa yaqonda yonke into eyenzekayo pha.
Yes, through Chairman, I would
Ewe.
like to check whether is this video footage been played to the end, because there was this issue that before it was not played accordingly. So I just want to find out for those that they've watched it before, does it end there?
Does seem to be the complete clip.
Ubuza umfoka Mathunjwa kokuba iphelela apha nale video ubuza kwaba bayibonileyo uthi ummeli wakhe eyiphelela apha njengoba besikho.
Complete clip of the addresses, that is.
Say, am I right that you say this clip ends where it?
This is the complete footage of the addresses.
Ngoba ndisitsho le address esithetha ngayo le ntetho yayiba iphelela apha.
Mr. Mathunjwa, do you now have the context?
Yes, I have a contact, but I did ask a question through the chairman whether this clip is right at the end, since I never had a privy to watch it.
Well, as I understand it, the way it works is there was a discussion by the
ask the question again. You as a leader, have you ever condemned this armed protest publicly?
Yes, we did.
Kokuba wena Mathunjwa ngokwakho njengomholi ke wayiveza leyo nto ukuba uxhasene nalento eyenzekayo phaya yokuba kuprotestwe kuphethwe izixhobo. Ewe.
Then I must ask the question again. Where did you as a leader publicly condemn this armed protest by AMCU members, by some of the AMCU members?
Make ndibuze kokuba kwakunini Mathunjwa yenzeka phi loo nto apho wayithetha khona lento kwamanye amalunga eAMCU ukuba awuvumelani nendlela abayenza ngayo lento.
In the SAFM,
SAFM
we mentioned that we are against any form of violence.
sayiveza into ukuba asihambelani nezenzo zodushe.
And the letter, some of the letters that I communicated to management about the strike itself,
Na kwizincwadi ke ndazibhala zijongise kwi-management ezaziphathelene nesi strike.
and also with the media briefing,
Naphaya apha sasithetha khona nalaba intatheli.
I'm going to have to press you, Mr. Mathunjwa. Are you saying you said to SAFM, I as Mathunjwa condemn this armed protest by some of our members?
Uthi Mathunjwa wayithetha loo nto kwi-SAFM okokuba mna njengomholi ndixhasene nento yokuba kuphathwe izixhobo xa kuprotest.
if I was at ASFM or any platform, I represent the organization. I speak on behalf of the organization.
Andiku SAFM noma kweyiphi ke enye iplatform endinikwe yona apho ndithetha khona ndithetha egameni lombutho.
Okay, now that you talk in that capacity, did you say on SAFM, AMCU for which I speak condemns members of AMCU who participate in armed protest?
Wayithetha nalento phaya kwi-SAFM ba wena njengomholi we-AMCU awuvumelani namalunga e-AMCU aphatha izixhobo kwi-protest ezenzekayo.
We did say that we condemn any form of violence.
Sayithetha into yokuba noma ngoluphi uhlobo lodushe asivani nalo.
Now, I don't want to argue later that you are being deliberately evasive. I'm going to repeat my question. Do you say in SAFM, I speaking as the president of an organization, I condemn the armed protest by some of the members of AMCU?
Uthi umhlekazi andifuna ukuba kuthi ekugqibeleni apha ndiveze okokuba ububalekela imibuzo. Ndibuza lo mbuzo okokuba phaya kwe-SFFM wayiveza na loo ntetho okokuba njengomholi we-AMCU uxhasane nento yokuba amalungu akho e-AMCU aphathe izixhobo xa kwenziwa uqhankqalazo.
What I'm saying is what I've got recollection of, that we did denounce violence of any form.
Into endiyithethayo kokuba sayiveza phaya into yokuba sixhasene nezehlakalo zodushe.
Mr. Mathunjwa, there's a distinction, I think, which Mr. Semenya is making. I'm not sure that you understand it. So perhaps I must try to explain it to you. You say consistently that you condemned violence. Mr. Semenya's questions aren't only limited to violence. He's asking you about armed protests. So if someone goes into a public place with a group of other people to protest against something, and he's in possession of a dangerous weapon which he brandishes around, that would be an armed protest, even though no one present may be hurt. So there may not be violence, but there will nevertheless be protest accompanied by arms, weapons. That, I think, is the distinction that Mr. Semenya is making. Do you understand the distinction? Nod your head, the answer is yes, I take it.
Umahluko uphi
Yes,
apha?
Right.
Uthi
Mr. Semenya, I
umgcini
think
sihlalo.
suggest- now that the point's been clarified, you may wish to proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair.
Ngokuba buze umhlekazi Semenya gcina sihlalo bemchazela okokuba apha asithethi ngodushe olenzakele. Umhlekazi uSiminya uthi abantu xa beyoprotesta baphethe izinto ezithize ezizixhobo noma bengazisebenzisanga uthi wena anivumelani nalonto.
Now, do you say in SAFM that I, as the president of AMCU, condemn armed protests specifically and especially by my own members?
Uthi wayiveza ke lonto ku SAFM okokuba mna njengomholi weAMCU andivumelani nyani nokuba amalunga ethu aye kwi-protest aphethe izixhobo.
Might not have that recollection of the exact word as you are saying, but I've got the recollection that we did denounce violence.
Andisakhumbula uba ndawubeka ngolo hlobo nala mazwi, kodwa into endiyikhumbulayo okokuba into esayiveza phaya okokuba thina asihambelani nezenzo zodushe.
Of course, you understand I'm not addressing violence, right? So is your memory failing or you did not say so?
Ngoku ke andikathethi apha ngezehlakalo zodushe, ndibuza ngezixhobo. Awukhumbuli noma mhlawumbe kukho into ethize ngendlela okhumbula ngayo kanene awuyithethanga lento?
The answer I've given is my best that I could recall.
Pendulo endikunike yona iyona mpendulo endizawugqibela ngayo iyona ebhethe.
You have not even been recorded anywhere condemning armed protest with the media publicity you have had over this matter, am I right?
Kuyo yonke ekwenza ehlala kwezihlakalo okozasuka uvela emaphepheni nakwezinye izinto akuzange kubekho apho uveza khona intetho yokuba uxhasene ke nalendlela ku protesta ngayo kuphethwe izixhobo.
That is not true. In one of the media statement, we said that we are the union that respect the constitution of the country, and also we abide by the peace.
Wenza impazamo apho ngoba kwenye yezintetho zam ndaveza okokuba singumbutho ohlonipha izinto ezibekwa ngumgaqo siseko welilizwe, singabantu abasebenza ngendlela yoxolo.
Mr. Mathunjwa, I'm addressing you as a president of a union that was involved in the tragic loss of many lives, injury, damage to property. And I'm trying to understand whether you ever took a moment of saying to the AMCU members, I condemn your armed protest. That's not how it's done.
Ndibuza Mhlekazi Mathunjwa njengomuntu ongupresident walombutho. Ndibuza kwimibuzo kwizinto ezenzeka apho kwaseleka khona abantu abaninzi konzakala abantu abaningi kwaba nokonakaliswa kwempahla eningi. Ndibuza ukuba wake wayiveza nalento kokuba asihambisani nalendlela kusetshenzwa ngayo apha.
Yes, we did, as I've said earlier on.
Ewe njengoba sendikanachaza sayithetha lonto.
And you did it in letters to management, as you earlier said.
Yes, we did make correspondence to management.
Uthi nakwizincwadi ezazijongiswe ku-management yaveza loo ntetho? Ewe.
No, I'm not discussing whether you made letters to management. I'm saying that condemnation is conveyed in the letters you say you took to management.
Ndibuza okokuba le ntetho uyithetha apha yintetho wayiveza na kwincwadi wawuthetha ngazo zaziya ku-management?
I believe so.
Kholwa ukuba ndayiveza.
And your belief is well-founded, right?
Awenzi impazamo apha Mhlekazi.
Yes.
Okay.
Kompazamo ndiyenzayo.
And you also say you condemned the conduct of armed protesters by AMCU in media briefings.
Uthi nangamaxesha uthetha nabapapasha babezindaba wayiveza loo nto.
We condemn all form of violence in the media.
Xa sithetha nabemedia siye siyiveze loo nto kokuba asihambelani nodushe.
No, I'm sure you don't want the chairman to revisit the same subject. I'm talking about armed protest. I'm not talking about violence.
Andithethi apha ngezehlakalo zodushe, ndithetha ngabantu abaxhobileyo.
Yes, we did condemn.
Ewe, sayiveza loo nto ukuba sihambelani nayo.
This is in what medium? SABC or SAFM or what? Where does that appear?
Phike loo ntetho mfo kaMathunjwa ku-SABC noma ku-SAFM.
We made many press briefing. It might be one of the press briefing that we had. I might not remember which one exact, but if we can go through to the media statements that we made, we'll
Okay.
happen to find that.
Sithethe kaninzi ke nabapapashapa bezindaba. Xa kungaywa kwezinye zabo izawuvela le ntetho apho ndayiveza khona.
I invite you, when you do have some time, to get us that, Mr. Mathunjwa.
Ndizawucela kuwe ke Mathunjwa kokuba xa unalo ixesha nethuba ukuzame ukusifumanela loo ntetho.
Do you see in that video footage General Mpembe pleading with the crowd to put their arms down?
That's correct.
Ewe ndimbonile uMpemba apha becenga babantu kokuba mababeke phansi izixhobo.
And you saw they walk away with their arms.
Wabonile xa besuka apho basuka besaziphethe.
What I saw before that, there was negotiations that was going on there.
Into endiyibone phambi koko kokuba kwakuthethwa apho kunegotiatwa.
Did you hear my question?
Uvile umbuzo wami
Loud and clear.
kamandi uve kakuhle kakhulu.
Can I then ask you to answer it?
Ndicele ke impendulo mhlekazi.
I saw them moving.
Ndibabonile xa sebehamba.
In flagrant disobedience to a lawful instruction to put the weapons down, correct?
Kwakukho umyalelo wawukhutshwe phaya ngokomthetho kokuba mababeke phansi ezizixhobo abayenza loo nto.
I'm not in the position because there was negotiations going on.
Andinakuwazi ukuyiphendula ngoba le nto ngoba ingxelo yayisaqhubeka.
After the failed negotiation by the general that they put the weapons down, they just stood up in flagrant disregard of that lawful instruction. Did you see that?
Bonne na intetho ba emva kokuba intetho ezizingaphumelelanga baye bangawulaleli lo myalelo kaGeneral basuka bahamba apho nezixhobo zabo.
As I've said earlier on, there was a negotiations, and subsequent to that, then there was a movement of the strikers.
Ndithe kwakuthethwa apho bangasigqibo ngezintetho basebehamba.
Can I take advantage of your presence on that stand to tell all AMCU members that this type of behavior, AMCU condemns and rejects?
AMCO will say repeatedly that we condemn any form of violence, as we stated before.
Nangoku njengoba ndithethile kumaxesha agqithileyo AMCO ayihambelani nokuba kuprotestwe kuxhotshiwe.
No, Mr. Mathunjwa, my question is very specific. I beseech you, I plead with you, that of all AMCU members who are listening to you testify, they should know in no unequivocal terms that this AMCU rejects.
Ndithi kuwe ngoku kukho amalunga eAMCO akhoyo apha
Yeah,
amamele.
I don't understand the question with respect.
Uyayiveza na loo ntetho
I think
ekhona
the
apha
question is quite clear.
okokuba uhambelani.
Of course, whether you understand it with respect is not relevant to whether the witness does. But what the question amounts to is this. Are you prepared, sitting as you are at the witness table, giving an answer to be heard by a number of members of AMCU, which may well be broadcast nationally and internationally and heard by members of AMCU outside this auditorium, are you prepared to condemn armed protest? I think that's the question. I think that's...
As long as he makes it clear, he referred to condemn this, which was, I think,
Yes, yeah.
particularly unclear.
I may have been a bit harsh when I said what I did about you, but I hope the question is now clear. If that is the question, Mrs. Mannion.
It is the question, Chair.
Would you like, perhaps, for the sake of good order, you should repeat it. Avoiding the problem that Ms. Barnes referred to, so that there can be no misunderstanding, so the witness can clearly understand the point you're trying to make.
I'll indeed do so, Chair.
Imbuzo mayibuze icace ngoba ive kakuhle. Umbuzo bebuzwa apha uthi uzimisele na ngoku okokuba utsho kukho amalungu akho amamele apha mhlawumbe lento ingathi ipapashwe ivakale kulizwe elinakwamanye amazwe kokuba wena njengomholi we-AMCU uyayisho lento kokuba nina bako-AMCU nixhasene nokuba kukho kubekho i-protest apho abantu bexhomile khona.
Can I take advantage of your evidence now and have you tell members of AMCU, all of them, that you as the president of AMCU, you condemn this type of armed protest?
Kucela ke ngoku ukhona apha kokuba ubaxelele members e-AMCU kokuba wena njengopresident wabo xhasene nento yokokuba kuyiwe phaya kwi-protest kuxhotshiwe.
Yes, I don't have a problem with that.
Andinangxaki ngaloo nto.
Please do.
I, Joseph Mathunjwa, President of AMCU, I condemn any form of armed protest.
Uyatsho umhlekazi ukuba mna Joseph Mathunjwa njengopresident wombutho wabasebenzi e-AMCU ndiyatsho kokuba asivani ne-protest apho kuxhonywe khona.
I think the leader in that group was Mr. Noki. Do you know him? Did you know him?
Umhlekazi uNoki bekungumuntu omaziyo owayengumholi kulabaqhankqalazi.
No.
Bendingamazi.
Did you speak to Mr. Noki on the 16th while you were at the copy?
Ngomhla ka-16 xa uphaya entabeni kopi uye wathetha nomhlekazi uNoki?
No.
Andizange.
Did you say to the people in the copy, the leaders you were discussing, can I make it very clear to you, we as AMCU, we denounce armed protest?
Elixesha uphaya entabeni wabaxelelana abantu kokuba thina ke njengombutho we-AMCU asivani nendlela kokuba kuqhankqalazwe kuphethwe izixhobo.
I'll answer by saying those workers who were at the mountain was not AMCU members, and I had no platform to say that because was different unions which were there. I couldn't come and say what AMCU wants to say. In as much as I did say that we must avoid a bloodshed.
Mandiyibeke ngolu hlobo ke mhlekazi kokuba xa ndiye phaya entabeni ndandithetha nabaqhankqalazi kuzi-members emibutho eyahlukahlukene ngako ke ndandingenalo igunya ukuba ndithethe nabo engathi ndithetha nabantu be-AMCU noko ndayisho le nto kokuba makungabi khona dushe.
And furthermore, it was said by one of the strikers in the mountain that you don't see AMCU on the right-hand side, you don't see NUM on the left-hand side. We are united as workers.
Ukho owathetha phaya wathi i-AMCU ayikho kwelicala, i-NUM ayikho kwelicala, siprotesta apha njengabasebenzi sisonke kunye.
We can accept that you had an opportunity to at least say to your AMCU members on the mountain, this as a union we condemn armed protest. That opportunity you had, am I right?
Andithi bunalo ke ithuba lokuba amalungu akho phaya entabeni eAMCU uwaxelele okokuba thina ke njengo-AMCU asivani nokuphathwa kwezixhobo kwi-protest.
I've told the workers.
Ndabaxelela abasebenzi.
that you denounce armed protest at the copy. That's what you told them?
Phaya entabeni wabaxelela ukuba anivani nokuphathwa kwezixhobo kwi-protest.
We said we don't want to see the bloodshed
Ndathi kubo asivani nophalalo lwegazi
and the violence.
nodushe.
Well, let's test that, Mr. Mathunjwa. The one way you avoid violence and bloodshed is to tell the people in the copy, disarm and put your weapons on the ground.
Andithe enye indlela bowungayibeka Mhlekazi Mathunjwa okokuba kude kungabi khona uphalalo legazi nodushe ubungathi kubo bekani izixhobo phansi mawethu.
In my recollection, I think I did say the very same thing that you are asking me.
Mandithi ke kumazwe amasawonke nje into ethe njengaleyo yavela ndayisho into njengaleyo.
Now you say, I'm not going to talk to the employer because this is not how we negotiate. Please put these weapons down and thereafter, trust me, I'll go speak to the employer.
Kawuzange uyithethe into ethe njengaleyo ukuthi akuyondlela sisebenza ngayo lena. Ndicela ukuba nibeke izixhobo phansi kuyawuthi emva kwaloko ke ndihambe ndiyothetha nomqeshi.
I think I did say that.
Ndayibeka into ethe njengaleyo.
And they disobeyed you.
Bangakumameli.
Not to say they disobeyed me because there was a message that I had to convey back to the employer.
Hayi ukuba bandimamelanga. Kwakukho umyalelo isicelo kwakufanele ndisigqithisele phaya kumqeshi.
No. You say you did tell them that you're not going to take their request until and unless they have put their arms down, correct?
Uthi kubo wayithetha le ntetho Mhlekazi ukuba andinakuya ndiyothetha nomqeshi ningakabeki izixhobo zenu phansi.
I don't have a recollection of that.
Andikhumbuli ndiyibeka ngolo hlobo.
But this recollection thing, is it a failing memory or you think that's the best way to avoid a question?
Le nto yokokuba usakhumbula Mhlekazi Mathunjwa indlela obalekela ngayo imibuzo noma ungumntu nje onokulibala.
That's what I'm saying.
Into endiyitshoyo.
Now, if you did tell them you are not going to speak to the employer unless they put their weapons down, they must clearly have disobeyed you.
Wayibeka ngolo hlobo Mathunjwa kokuba andinakuya ndiyothetha nomqhashi nisaphethe ezi zixhobo zenu. Bangayenzi loo nto ngamanye amazwi abakumamelanga.
I don't want to be speculative on that issue.
Andifuna ukuba ndibeke apha into ezizingcingo zami.
No, fortunately, am I inviting you to speculate, sir. I do know that they did not put the weapons down. Is that factually correct?
Andithethi ngento endiyicingayo Mhlekazi ndithetha ngento eyenzeka phaya. Inyaniso kokuba abazange bazibeke phansi izixhobo ndithi kunjalo.
That is correct.
Apho inyaniso.
So your request was not heeded, am I correct?
Abanzanga ke njengesicelo sakho.
Was your first question before that?
Umbuzo wakho phambi koko butheni Mhlekazi?
That they disobeyed your request to disarm before you can even go and speak to the employer.
Ndithi abayithathelanga ngqalelo lento yakho isicelo sokuba babeke izixhobo phansi phambi kokuba uyothetha nomqeshi.
If I could recall, your question was if I did. I don't know under which context were you saying that. Then I responded by saying I don't want to be speculative.
Xa ndikhumbula kahle uthe wena ukube andikhumbula ukuba utheni emva koko. Ndathi ke mna andifuna okokuba ndithethe into endiyicingayo mna ngokwami.
No, Mr. Mathunjwa, you just told us that you told them that you will not take the request to the employer unless and until they put their weapons down.
Uthe wena
No,
ngokwakho
Chair, the witness
Mhlekazi.
said he didn't recall having said that. That was his answer.
Hayi uthi uMiss Bansa akayithethanga loo nto. xa ethi sithi umhlekazi uSiminya uyibeke apha kokuba wawutshilo kubo kokuba awuzimiseli kuyothetha nomqashi phambi kokuba babeke izixhobo phansi.
That's correct.
I'll reformulate the question.
Uvumelana noma uBarnes?
If you had told them then, it is obvious from the subsequent events that they disobeyed you.
Xa ubuyithethile loo nto kubo ke mhlekazi. Okwenzeke emva koko ke kukhombisa okokuba bayithathanga ngqalelo loo ntetho yakho.
I did say before that I don't want to be speculative. That was my answer to you.
Impendulo yam kuwe mhlekazi ndithe andifuna ukubeka apha phambi kwekomishini into endiyicinga mna ngokwam.
My fellow Commissioner Advocate Hemraj has a different recollection of what the witness said from what Advocate Barnes has said. It's now 11 o'clock. I suggest we take the short adjournment. During that time, we ask those responsible for recording the proceedings to find that part of the evidence. The advocates can perhaps listen to it, and we can have an agreed statement when we resume as to what exactly was said on that point, and we can then proceed. We will take the short adjournment.
Zawuthatha ixesha letiye ngoku. Ready to commence, please. Masi sukumen sonke.
Commission resumes. For the benefit of those who want to know about these things, we will be adjourning at 12:30 today and resuming at 2. Were counsel able during the adjournment to find the passage of the evidence on the recording is there now agreement as to what was said?
Yes, I believe so, Chair.
Sizawuphuma ngo 12:30 namhla size singene ngo 2 kunikwa amagqwetha onke ithuba lokuba bake bajonge lento bekuthetha ngayo apho kungavanwanga khona kwi record.
It appears the witness answered in the affirmative and then also said that he couldn't recall. But perhaps Mr. Semenya can simply proceed with his cross-examination.
Semenya?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mathunjwa, can I invite you to look at Exhibit L? Do you have it in front of you?
We have Exhibit L.
Okay. Now, perhaps I must lead by saying that shortly after.
Sorry, before you carry on, you've asked him to look at Exhibit L. Now, there are lots of slides in Exhibit L. Is there a particular slide to which you wish to direct his attention?
Yes, Chair, well, I just want to lead it before I give him the actual slide, if I may. Mr. Mathunjwa, shortly after that group we saw kneeling down on the footage, 2 police officers were killed. Now, I invite you to look at slide 52, 53, and 54.
Mhlekazi Mathunjwa, ixesha nje lincinci emva kokuba sibone lo mfanekiso ube jonga lo mfanekiso ujonge uthi Mhlekazi phaya emva kwexeshana nje kokuba sisuke phaya apho abacankcalazi baye basuka bahamba khona kuye kwaseleka amapolisa amabini.
Now, once the general was disobeyed, this is an occurrence that followed. Would you, as AMCU, condemn it?
Emva kokuba ugeneral ethethile phaya yangathathelwa ngqalelo intetho yakhe kuye kwenzeka esi sehlakalo ngoku uthi ezinye izinto ungahambisani nazo.
Yes, we regret for such things. Yes, we condemn it.
Ewe into evisa ubuhlungu into esingahambisani nayo siyayichasa nyani izenzo ezinjengezi.
It is more reprehensible because the police were not part of the conflict at Marikana, am I right?
Andithi into ke enye ukuthi amapolisa abengangenanga kwingxabano eyayikhona phaya imbambano eyayikhona phaya eMarikana andithi.
Yes, I believe it was between the employer and the employees.
Imbambano yayiphakathi komqashi nabasebenzi bakhe.
And the police were mere intermediaries trying to have law and order restored, am I right?
I believe that was the position.
Ndiyakholelwa ekubeni amapolisa angene phaya njengabantu abayozama ukuletha uxolo phaya phakathi kwaba abangavaniyo nokhuseleko.
Chair, I will request that we play a footage where Mr. Mathunjwa is seen kneeling down addressing the group on the 16th of August.
Cela ngokuba kuboniswe umfanekiso phaya apho umhlekazi uMathunjwa waye wahlaba phansi ngedolo ecenga ababantu.
Thank you. The transcription of what you say is on Exhibit 009. Do you have that in front of you? I'm told, Mr. Mathunjwa, you confirmed that the transcript is an accurate account of what you were saying. What you said, rather.
Ndiyathemba ukuba njengoba uyibona nje uvumelana nayo kokuba le ntetho ibhalwe phaya yiyo levela phaya kumfanekiso.
Yes, that was played. That was myself.
Ewe lidlaliwe ndim bendithetha phaya.
I do not see anywhere there where you say that the crowd must please leave. Are you able to show it to us?
Akukho apho ndikuve uthetha khona okokuba izihlwele ezimazisuke apho.
Yes, you don't see it accordingly, but this is not the only clip. I believe after I knelt, I did spoke to the workers, which I wonder why those clips are not before the commission.
Akuyo ntetho yodwa le ndayenza khona kweminye imifanekiso engaboniswanga apho ndandithetha khona loo nto.
You're not saying you knelt twice, are you?
Yes, once.
Betha ngedolo phansi kwaba kabini kanti hayi kanye nje.
Now I'm saying we're having the transcript where you speak after kneeling down. I don't see anything where you're saying to them, they must leave there.
Apho uguqe khona akukho ntetho evela kuwe ethi mabasuke apho.
The kneeling down reference appears to be on page 13 of Exhibit 009, near the foot of the page. Nine lines from the foot, actually.
This one.
Do you see the transcript?
Yes, I see the transcript.
Ewe ndiyayibona
I'm putting
apho
it,
ibhalwe khona.
I'm putting it to you that nowhere are you saying there that they must leave.
Ndithi ke kuwe xa sijonge apha akukho apho iveza khona intetho yokuba makuhanjwe bahambe apho.
Correct?
If I may allow to report, to respond, I'll read here. Ndithi masivikele leli gazi.
Where I'm reading, I'm saying, let us avoid the bloodshed.
And to avoid the bloodshed, I was referring that they must leave.
Andithi masivikele eligazi bendichaza okokuba mabahambe.
Can I refer you to Exhibit MN, which is your statement? Mother Nelly. M for mother and for north or whatever.
Statements are
Old. Another N for Galwana.
Is that the witness statement, Joseph Mathunjwa?
Yes, no.
You said NN.
Clarity's sake, it's NN, is it? N for nobody.
Do you have the document?
Yes, I do have my statement before me.
Can I invite you to go to page 27? You will see paragraph 88 there.
No, before he looks at 88, should he look at 91? paragraph 91 on page 27 says, I said to them that it was not necessary and that they must please leave the copy.
Apha ku page 27 kwi statement sakhe umgcini ngaphambili hlalo uthi ku 91:1 kukhona apho ethi umhlekazi uMathunjwa ndathi kubo into eza kuba bhetele ukuba nisuke apha ekopi.
Yes, I do see that.
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
And do you see also against paragraph 88, you say, I knelt down, I pleaded with them, I was on my knees holding the microphone, I said, comrades, it has already been decided, please leave this place. Do you see that?
Mr. Semenya, that passage refers to his return visit to the copy, and he said yesterday in his evidence that he made 2 speeches, and the first one was televised, was recorded on video, and has been transcribed. But he said the second speech that he made when he returned was not, or he certainly there isn't a video before us on it. I understood him to say it hadn't actually been videoed, but he then gave us a summary in his evidence as to what he'd said. So the passage that you are putting to him is his summary of what he said on the second occasion, on the return visit, which he said is not covered by the video clip. And I think it's common cause that the passage you're now putting to him from the transcript is his first speech on his first visit. If I'm wrong on that, I'll be corrected. But I have a clear recollection that that's so. So if that's correct, I don't think this is a fair question.
Umgcini sihlalo uthi uyeka bini phaya le ntetho ayibekayo apha ubebeka intetho ayenze xa esiya okokuqala phaya apho bezange kube khona i-recording.
Chair, I'm also seeking clarity. I understood the witness to say he only knelt down once.
No, he did say that. I heard him say it a minute ago. But in the context, he might have meant he only knelt once during the occasion of his first speech. You know, you didn't ask him, how many times did you ever kneel on that day, on however many occasions you spoke, in which case he might have given a different answer. So the answer, I only knelt once, in the context, I must confess I understood he meant he only knelt once on the occasion of the first speech. But I may have misunderstood. I don't want to hamper cross-examination. But I thought to put a passage to him from the speech on the first occasion, and then in relation to a passage in his statement where he's talking about his speech on the second occasion, wasn't a fair question. That was the point that I put to you. But
Umhlali ngaphambili uthi masingahlanganisi izinto sithathe izinto
perhaps you can step back a bit and reapproach the matter in a way that doesn't incur any objection from Ms. Barnes or from me.
Esiya okwesibini sithathe intetho ayithethe phaya ekuqaleni kwakhe sifake kwintetho le yesibini xa esiya phaya.
Mr. Mathunjwa, I'm a little handicapped. I wasn't here yesterday or the day before. How many times do you kneel down addressing the people on the copy?
Umbuzo ukuthi Mathunjwa xa usiya phaya entabeni noma kukangaki kuye kwenzeka kangaki okokuba ubethe phansi ngedolo kubo?
Once.
Kwakanye kube kwenzeke kanye nje.
So can we go back to paragraph 88?
Masibuyele ku page 88 ke statement sakho.
Page 27. I'm
Page
saying
27 paragraph 88.
I don't see that you said to the crowd that they must please leave that place after kneeling down once.
Uthi apha emva kokuba uye wabetha ngedolo phansi uyobacenga abantu kokuba mabasuke apho entabeni.
All my pleading was to say the people must leave to avoid the bloodshed.
Ndandibecenga ukuba basuke phaya ndenzele okokuba makungabikho phalalo logazi.
I'm putting to you that the reason it is not there is because you didn't say it.
ibeka kuwe okokuba ayikho le ntetho apha ngoba ingazange ibe khona izange yenzeke.
I don't agree with that.
Andivumelani nawe apho.
But you agree that it is a significant statement to avoid the bloodshed you,
Kodwa uyavumelana nami ukuba kwakuyinto kube kwakuyinto wawuyithethile leyo kwakuyinto
Expected.
ebaluleke gqitha eyayizokwenza ukuba kungabi khona phalalo legazi.
All what I was saying there was to avoid the bloodshed.
Yonke nje into bendiyithetha apho kwakuzimzame zokuba kungabi kho phalalo legazi.
no, but what I'm putting to you is, it is a profoundly significant request you're making, if you made it, that they must please leave the copy. Do you agree at least with me?
Uyawuvumelana nami xa ndithi kuwe kube wayithetha loo ntetho ukuba masuke phaya ekopini kwakuyinto eyayibaluleke gqitha leyo.
I said it as I'm saying that let's avoid the bloodshed.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje kuwe ndayitsho loo nto kokuba masizame ukuba kungabi kho gazi eliza kuphala.
I'm saying, Mr. Mathunjwa, that telling them to leave the copy would have been one of the most significant statements you'd have told them, correct?
Vumelana nami ke apho ndisitsho kokuba xa wawuyithethile into yokuba mabasuke apho entabeni kwakuzaba ngenye yentetho zakho ezibaluleke gqitha.
As I've said, that is not a conclusive tape of what I was saying at the mountain.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje ndithi tape le biboniswa apha akuyo ayiphelelanga yonke into endiyithetha phaya kubo entabeni.
Telling them to leave the copy would have been a very significant request you make to them. Is that accurate?
Vumelana nami xa ndithi xa kube wabaxelela ukuba ndicela uba nisuke apha ekopini bekuzoba ngenye yentetho ezibaluleke gqitha kwintetho yakho phaya.
As you earlier stated that you are handicapped because you were not here yesterday, I did say that, and I even make a reference that if the ram retreat, doesn't mean that is defeated.
Ndivile intetho yakho kokuba unengxaki yokuba ubungekho izola uyivanga yonke intetho yami. Ndiza kukhumbuza ke khona apho ndithethe khona ngebhokhwe ndithe inkunzi yebhokhwe xa ichela ihlehlela emva ayikhomba kokuba yoyisekile isuke nje ithatha amandla kokuba ibuye ngespeed.
That I meant they must leave the copy.
Xa ndithi kubo mabasuke apho entabeni.
Please capacitate me now. Was it after your kneeling?
Uyitsho nini ke le nto mhlekam emva kokuba usuguqe phantsi ngedolo?
As I'm saying, that is not, yes, after I've knelt. On the second time.
Ndayithetha loo nto emva kokuba ndiye ndabetha phantsi ngedolo phaya.
But on exhibit 009, there's still no ram you're talking about there, after kneeling.
We are correct. That's why I've mentioned that this clip is not a conclusive tape from the media. This is the first session when I visited the mountain. There is a second session when I visited the mountain.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje ukuba ayiphelelanga le tape ndaya phaya entabeni okokuqala ndaphinde ndaya futhi okwesibini ezo zinto aziveli zonke phaya.
Mr. Mathunjwa, we know you knelt once, correct?
That is not disputed.
Siyazi ngokokuba waqa kwakanye Mathunjwa ayikhanyela andiyikhanyeli loo ntetho.
Now I'm saying the transcript reads, can I read it for you? At the page one but last, about line 9 as the chairperson indicated.
That'll be page 13.
Page 13.
On which exhibit?
009.
think the witness may need assistance to find the document.
Yes, please.
At the bottom of the page, I read to you from, "We are requesting you, brothers, sisters, men, I am kneeling down, coming to you as nothing." Do you see that? Doesn't have the numbers. It's this page.
Second last right, bottom.
Did you find the sentence I read?
Would you please repeat again to confirm it?
I'm reading with you the sentence beginning, "We are requesting you, brothers, sisters, men, I'm kneeling down, coming to you as nothing." Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
apho bethetha khona esithi ndiyanicela bafowethu bobhuti bam nosisi ndiguqe phambi kwenu ngamadolo.
I say, let us stop this blood that Noom allowed this employer to let flow.
Apho esithi khona ndicela okokuba senze okokuba kungabi khona oluphalalo lwegazi olubangwe inum okokuba lenzeke.
We do not want bloodshed,
Funi phalalo logazi apha,
but we want your problems to be solved and get your salaries, comrade.
sifuna okokuba mayiphele le ngxaki kulungiswe imivuzo yenu.
You should benefit from this platinum.
Fanele kubekho inzuzo enifumanayo kule platinum.
We cry to traditional leaders that this nation of God, where He brought them in, and heritage that God put to them in order for His nation to benefit.
Apho esithi khona siyalila nakwinkokeli zemveli silila nakusomandla uThixo okokuba aba bantu abazise apha
They should come closer to resolve this matter.
mabasondele size kude kuphele le ngxaki sikuyo.
I appeal to you not to give Noom this opportunity to run and say, AMCU made people to be killed in the mountain.
Nicela okokuba ningayiniki eNUM ithuba lokokuba ihambe isithi AMCU yabulalisa abantu entabeni.
I appeal to you, I'm going to take it back to the leaders to take it further, then we will see where we take it.
Ndiyanethembisa okokuba ndizawuya kubaholi ndiqhubekisele phambili lento sibone okokuba sigqibela ngokuthini.
I do not have the last say, comrade, but all of us, united, we will be able to move forward and bury this enemy, that is the employer, and the enemy, who is the oppressor, Amandla.
apho egqibele khona athi sizawusebenza kunye sonke kude singcwabe i-enemy le yethu engumqeshi amandla.
You see, after kneeling down, there is nowhere you say you are, it has already been decided, please, they must leave that place. Am I correct?
Xa ndikufundela apha ke akukho apho uthetha khona okokuba mabasuke apho entabeni.
According to the script that has been played, you are correct. But hence, I'm saying this was the first address. There is a second address that the media hasn't provided here.
Ndithe ewe kunjalo lapha apho ndibonakala khona phaya xa ndiye kokuqala kukho esibini aba bapapashi bangayivezanga.
No, Mr. Mathunjwa, I'll tell you where this sentence on page 88 comes from. I mean, on page 27 of your statement, paragraph 88 comes from.
Mathunjwa kokuba le nto ithetha apha ku page 27 phaya ku paragraph 88 ivela phi.
You see, after you were seen kneeling, the media published widely that even the president of AMCU, Mr. Mathunjwa, was kneeling down begging the protesters to leave. That's where this sentence comes from in your statement, Mr. Mathunjwa.
Ikubhale lo msho apha uyavezwa ngabamaphepha le nto wayibhalwa kakhulu okokuba upresident uye wahlaba ngedolo phansi ecenga aba bantu okokuba basuke apho ivela apho ke le ntetho.
When in fact you didn't say anything of the kind.
Enyanisweni ke ukuthi kuyacaca ukuba awuyithethanga loo ntetho.
You are correct. The media people seek whatever they seek and they publish what they want to publish. Hence, I'm saying I did say in my second address when I returned back to the mountain. Remember, I was not there once. I've been there twice. So that's the insert that I'm referring to.
When ndivumelana nawe apho aba bezindaba bona babhala noma ngayintoni nje bayicinga bathethe nezinto ezingathethwanga apha ke ndithe mna ndiye kwakabini phaya entabeni le ntetho le ivele kwixesha lesibili xa ndisiya phaya.
Yes, but you're not going to get away with that one, Mr. Mathunjwa, because you told us the kneeling happened only once. And on your statement, you say you knelt and you told them, that's the only point you make about kneeling, that they must please leave this copy. It is not in the transcript.
Ayikho phaya kwi-transcript ke Mathunjwa le nto ivela apha nje usithi khona emva kokuba ubethe phansi ngedolo uye wacenga aba bantu umadolweni uthetha ngemicrophone usithi kubo comrades ndicela ukuba manisuke kule ndawo.
As I've said earlier on, I'm still maintaining that I went twice and the media decide. I'm not deciding for the media what they should tell the world, but I'm saying I was there. That was myself. I addressed the workers twice.
Njengoba ndisitsho ndiye kabini phaya ndafike ndathetha nabakhankalazi abasebenzi komabili amaxesha ndenzi ke izigqibo ze ukuba bapapashe ntoni abapapashe bezenzela bona.
Oh, I see. This is the thrust of your evidence now. The media heard you say that to the crowd at one occasion, and when they saw you kneeling, they said now he is asking them to leave. It is the media who is manipulating the evidence.
Uthi apha sisigqibo senziwa imedia okokuba mabazifakele bona le nto ungayithethanga xa bekubona uhlaba phansi ngedolo.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not controlling the media.
Anditsho loo nto andicontroli imedia mna.
Okay, I want to move away from this, but I'm going to argue.
Thi ukushenxa kancinci apha kodwa ke kuzawuthi ekugqibeleni ndiveze le ntetho
that paragraph 88 of your statement, it is an untruth.
ukuthi le paragraph 88 ye statement sakho akuyonyani.
It is in your statement because the media incorrectly described your conduct as a plea to the people on the copy to leave, when in fact it was not.
Apha ke ndizawuthi imedia yiyo eyacinga okokuba intetho yakho ukucela ababantu ukuba mabahambe ungayenzanga loo nto.
Can
want
you
to comment?
repeat what you said?
I'm going to argue that this statement you make against paragraph 88, it's influenced by you taking improperly advantage of how the media had portrayed you as pleading to the crowd on the copy to leave when you did not make that request.
Uthi apha ndizawuthi uyibhale le nto apha kwi-statement sakho uye wabona okokuba abapapashi bezindaba bathini xa bekubona uhlaba ngedolopha bacinga okokuba wena ucela abantu ukuba mabahambe nawe wasuyisebenzisa ke loo nto apha ukuba kwaba sicelo sakho eso ungayenzanga loo nto.
That is not true.
Akuyonyani leyo.
You are very critical of the conduct of the police on the 16th of August. Am I
Ukuziphatha
correct?
kwamapolisa ngale mini yomhla ka-16 akuyonto oyijonge njengento entle.
Understand the word critical. What?
You
Disapprove.
You are very, can I use the word negative, about the conduct of the police on the 16th of August.
Ubeka ngolu hlobo uthi amapolisa bengaziphethe ngendlela entle ngale mini mhla ka-16.
I was not negative towards police, but I was simply mentioning what happened.
Ayokokuba bendijonga njengento bendithetha nje into indlela babeziphethe ngayo.
Okay, let me start now. Prior to leaving the mine on the 16th,
Ngokuba uhambe usuke pha emayini ngomhla ka-16
you did hold the view, didn't you, that the police did not act properly?
ngumbono wakho kokuba hayi amapolisa awasebenzanga ngendlela efanele apha.
Depend on which occasion are you referring to?
Uya ngokuba uthetha ngezehlakalo zexesha lini.
Your general impression about the conduct of the police that day when you left the mine, did you form a view that what they did, how they did it, was proper?
Xa usuhamba Mathunjwa usuka pha emayini usugoduka wawucinga ngokuba indlela amapolisa bephethe ngayo esebenza ngayo yonke imini lena bekuyindlela efanele entle.
I cannot generalize, but I can reflect to the instances where I was particularly involved.
Ndizawuthetha nje ngezinto ezenzeka apho ndandikhona ezazixhumene nam.
Okay. Now, it is correct you had assured the police the night before, i.e. the 15th of August, that the protesters were going to lay their arms down 9 o'clock the following day.
Andithi wenza isithembiso emapoliseni okokuba nge-15 zika-August wathi ngemini elandelayo abaqhankqalazi baza kuzibeka phansi izixhobo zabo.
No,
Hayi ndizange.
Put it in your own words.
Ibeke ngawakho kwamazwi ukuba wathini.
In our debriefing, in the presence of the generals who were present in the room, General Anadale, General Naidu, General Mpembe, myself, and management, Mr. Kwadi, Mr. Hotle, and the other white gentleman who was present, whom I don't know his name, and myself, with other members of the union, we reported to them that the workers has said to us we have to return the following day to take the discussion further and to decide how are they going to go back to work, or how are they going to return back to work peacefully as per the management request. And then we also requested the General Mpembe what his overall view. He said, he saluted me and said, yes, I'm sure that tomorrow the strike will be over. And I was thanked by Mr. Hotle in my capacity as a president by my intervention into this process.
Uthi ke umhlekazi Mathunjwa phaya kwakukhona i-generals apho wayekwenza khona ingxelo emva kokuba sabonisene nabasebenzi phaya. Kwakukho i-generals Anandale no Naidu Mpembe, kukhona yena nabanye ke amaqabane akhe, kukhona phaya kwi-management kukhona uKhatle no Khotle. Wathi kubo siye phaya sizawuphindela ngomso kubasebenzi. Si ukubaxelela okokuba siza nambiko othini ovela apha kuni. Bade bandibulela sisixa sithetha ngolo hlobo uMpembe waze wanibethela nesalute yokubulela noKhotle wabulela ngendlela endiye ndenza ngayo ungenelelo kulento.
You have quoted yourself in full. That's what you said.
Yes, and then I requested further the meeting for the following day.
Ndabe sendenza ke isicelo sokuba masidibane ke ngomso nabo.
The reason for that was to discuss the issue of mine health and safety.
Apho ke kwakwenza ukhuseleko kokuba luzaba njani ukhuseleko laba bantu xa bebuya enkomeni.
And I did explain the term to the debriefing that if workers, they've been absent from work for certain period, they had to go an induction in terms of mine health and safety.
Ndayiveza ke nento yokokuba makusetshenzwe ngokwenkambiso yasemayini okokuba xa abasebenzi bebangekho ixesha elithize emsebenzini basemayini xa bebuya kubakho indlela ethize baphinde bafakwe ngayo apha ebizwa ngokuba yi-induction.
That was the reason that I requested the meeting the following day for management to tell me if the workers decide to return back to work where they will report.
So
That was
nasizathu
agreed.
ke ndacela le meeting yale mini elandelayo ndenzela okokuba i-management indixela ukuba imiphi xa abasebenzi bazawufika kum bathi hayi siyabuyela empangelweni babezawuqala phina.
You did not say to the generals there that the workers will disarm at all. You didn't say that.
Zange uyithethe ke nakancinci into yokokuba abaqhankqalazi bazimisele okokuba bazibeke phansi izixhobo. Uzange uyithethe loo nto.
When the workers, they were saying it's at night, return the following day and discuss what the management have said face to face, that was an ongoing process.
Yayisaqhubeka lento okokuba basebenzi bathetha kusebusuku ndaya kwi-manager phaya kusathethwa ke yayisaya phambili lento kusaqhubeka.
In the very same debriefing in the presence of the general, no one showed any objection to that effect.
Xa ndithetha nabo ke kukhona ne-general ezi zonke akukho mntu waba nengxaki ngale ngxelo ndandiyiveza kubo.
Mr. Mathunjwa, did you say or didn't you to the generals that the workers were going to lay their arms down?
Umbuzo ilandelayo Mathunjwa, wayitshona lento kokuba abasebenzi bazimisele kokuba babeke phansi izixhobo.
As I've said earlier on, the discussion was still continuing for the following day, where we committed we'll meet at 9.
Njengoba ndisitsho ingxelo zazisaqhubeka sasiyawudibana ngomso ngo-9.
And I even mentioned just now that even the generals present, 3 of the generals never objected. They saluted me. They gave their overall impression that they also believe that tomorrow the strike will be over.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje ugeneral omnye wade wanibethela isalute phaya ngendlela babevuye ngayo waze wathi lo mnye hayi sinethemba ngokokuba iyawuphela iyawugcijwa lento ngomso. Strike siyawuphela.
Should I repeat the question the third time?
Ndawuphinda umbuzo ke okwesithathu ngoku mhlekazi.
It's a very simple one. Did you tell them that the workers were going to lay their arms?
Na intetho yokokuba abaqhankqalazi abasebenzi aba bazimisele okokuba bazibeke phansi izixhobo ngomso.
My first answer, I said no, because there was an ongoing discussion. I've said it earlier on that I've answered that.
Thiyazange ndiyithethe loo nto ngoba kwakusaqhutyekwa ngezingxoxo.
Now just enlighten me. Why would General Pembe know that there will be peace the following day? He's not part of the negotiations. He's not representing management. Where would he get that from?
Ugeneral Mpembe ngoku wayevuyiswa intoni kangaka zathi unethemba lokuba siyawuphela istrike ngomso. Ndithi yena wayengekho kwizingxoxo zemvuzo phaya. Wayengathethi egameni le-management. Wayengekho apho.
I don't know, maybe he saw the manner in which we presented the issues to the workers and the response from the workers.
Andazi mhlambe wabona indlela esasithethe ngayo nabasebenzi phaya nengxelo lesasiyizisa apha kwabaphethe.
And you don't say to him, no, but General, where do you get that from?
Awuzange umbuzo ukuba general intoni
Because it is incorrect depiction of what happened.
ngoba kwakungeyona into eyibonakala ukuba into esenzekile le.
Maybe we don't understand each other.
Mhlawumbe sivani mhle.
You saying General Mpembe formed an impression that they would lay down their arms after having listened to you address the crowd, correct?
Uthi wena uGeneral Mpembe waba nokwethemba kokuba iyawuphela istrike emva kokuba wena usuthethe nabo abaqhankqalazi.
Not to lay down their arms, but the strike. That's what I've said.
Ngokubeka kwezixhobo phansi wayethetha ngestrike.
In any case, I don't understand, Mr. Mathunjwa. Were they going to go to work with their arms?
Andiva ke ngoku le ntetho uyithethayo Mathunjwa. Babezawuya baphindele emsebenzini basaxhobile baphethe izixhobo zabo.
I think that is common, that they won't work with their arms
Hayi
on
into
their
yazi
hands.
noma ngawubani leyo kokuba uphathe isixhobo xa uya emsebenzi.
So General Mpembe must be right to say that it was stated that they will lay down their arms and go back to work, correct?
Ndiyabona ke uGeneral Mpembe unyanisile xa ethi kwakuthiwe bazawubeka phansi izixhobo baphindele empangelweni.
Maybe that was his opinion to that effect. I cannot speak on his behalf.
Andikwazi ukuthetha ke endaweni yakhe mhlambe wacinga ngolo hlobo.
General Mbombo is very upset with you the following day, correct?
Mina elandelayo ke nanku uGeneral Mbombo Mfondini esebonisa kokuba unokubila okuthiza ka.
That's correct.
Ewe.
The people who are supposed to be going to work, at least on your version, are still on the copy, correct?
Aba bantu babazawubuya beze empangelweni ngokuya kwakho basesephaya entabeni ngelo xesha.
That's correct.
Ewe.
It was a reason enough for her to be upset, would you agree?
wayenesizathu sokuba imphathe kakubi le nto, andithi?
I don't know.
Andazi.
But you say so in your statement, and that she says, look, the police are spending a lot of money
Andithi utsho
trying
wena
to bring this thing under control.
ngamazwi akho kokuba wathi amapolisa asalahlekelwe imali eninzi aphazama ukuzisa ukuba kubekho ulawuleko kule nto.
The reason I'm saying this is because the provincial commissioner, she was not part of the debriefing of the 15th. As
Into
far as
ezokuba
I
ndithethe ngolu hlobo ukuba u-provincial commissioner wayengekho xa senza i-report lena ye-15.
And the only persons that were introduced to ourselves that are in charge of the area was General Mbembe, whom I was reporting in terms of safety and security.
Saxelela ukuba umuntu ophethe phayo yena olawulayo nguGeneral Mpembe, yiko nje ndandimikisa ingxelo kuye njengomuntu ophethe ezokhuseleko.
In the debriefing of the 15th, the one you're talking about, did you personally form an impression that the workers were going to go to work the following day? And
Umikisa le ngxelo phaya ke nge-15 wawunokholelo ukuba abasebenzi ngemini elandelayo bazawubuya empangelweni sebazibeke phansi nexhobo.
For the fact that they were willing to invite us for the following day and to engage with them to convey what the management was saying, I hoped.
Ndandinethemba naba babesithumela ukuba masiyothi ku-management nendlela abebesamkele ngayo phaya sathetha nabo.
did you form an impression that the workers were going to go back to work the following day or not?
Ndibuza okokuba wena wawunokholelwa uba bazawubuya aba basebenza emsebenzini ngemini elandelayo.
I had hoped that the engagement will bear results, positive results.
Themba lam ndandinethemba lokokuba xa izingxoxo zihamba kakuhle bazawubuya emsebenzini.
Is it accurate that you did not form an impression that the workers will go to work the following day?
Ndinyanisekile ke xa ndithi kwakungelona ukholelo lwakho ukuba abantu bayawubuya nyani emsebenzini ngemini elandelayo.
I believed because if you listen to some of the tapes of the 15 when we addressed them, they did highlight that come tomorrow, let's engage and see how we take this further and how we'll be returning back to work.
Xa umamele itape leyana apho bethetha khona bethi nabo banokholelo kokuba xa intetho zingaqhubeka kakuhle bayethemba kokuba bazawubuyela kwimpangelo.
And that's what you communicate to the generals?
Wayegqithisela kwi-generals ke leyo ntetho yabo.
That's correct.
Ewe.
So General Mpembe could not have formed that impression from looking at you, it would be from what you tell them.
uGeneral Mpembe ke wayekholela le nto njengoba exelwa nguwe hayi okokuba wazicingela yena.
Also, because the very same management was also, I believe they was also there, and also General Mpembe was around the area.
Kwakungesizathu sokuba i-management yayikhona naye uGeneral wayekhona kuloo ndawo.
No, I don't understand that answer.
Andivisi kahle ke le mpendulo
The
yakho.
impression that all the generals, the evidence that all the generals will say is that you made an undertaking that the workers were going to lay down their arms and go to work the following day. Now, I'm saying that could only have been communicated to them by you. Am I correct?
Ubungqina be-generals ezi xa zizawuza apha zonke zithi zazinethemba lokuba bazobuyela empangweni abangomso ngoba bayive ngawe loo nto baxelwe nguwe.
I still repeat myself. The generals were present there. We reported back to them that the workers workers. They've invited us to come back tomorrow, following day, the 16th. Since now it's at night, they want to see us face to face, and then we'll engage on what the employer is telling them. Then therefore, they will decide from there how they return back to work. That's what we said.
I-generals ezi zonke zazikhoyo apho xa senza le ngxelo kubona baxelela ukuba abasebenzi bathe hayi kurhatyile ngokusebusuku, hambani ke niye kwimanager nifike nibaxelele ukuthi nokuthi nibuye apha ngomso sizochubekela phambili ngezintetho. Bathi kumke xa intetho zivakala sivana sibuye sibone nokuba sizawubuyela kanjani umva.
And I even mentioned that there are clips of the night of the 15th which confirms what I'm saying.
Ndiye ndathi zolo apha kukho imifanekiso eyenziwa apho ebonisa okokuba ndandithini kubo.
Do the protesters tell you, tomorrow we are prepared to go back to work?
Abaqhankqalazi bayiveza na into yokokuba sizimisele ukubuyela emsebenzini ngomso.
I can answer by simply saying we can repeat those tapes where the workers were saying.
Ndithi singaphinda
You're not helping your case by not answering questions directly. You're asked a straight question, you must give a straight answer. There are a number of questions that you haven't answered directly. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Simende, but the first question is, you were asked, did you give, at the debriefing, did you give an undertaking that the workers would hand over their weapons, or put them down on the following morning at 9 o'clock? I think your answer is no, you didn't, but you don't say that directly. But am I understanding you correctly? You didn't give that undertaking. Please say you did. Do you admit you did it, or do you say you didn't?
No, I didn't make, I've answered that.
Okay, that's a straight answer. Next question. Do you say that the people at the strikers at the copy on the Wednesday evening when you spoke to them did not tell you that they would hand over their weapons at 9 o'clock the next morning? Is that correct?
Can you repeat that one again, Chairman?
You said you never gave an undertaking that they would hand their weapons over on the following morning. The next question is, when you spoke to the workers on the Wednesday evening at the copy, did they say to you, we will hand our weapons over tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
No.
No, right. The next question is, what they said to you, was that recorded?
Yes, that what was recorded.
Was it said in the presence of officials of the police?
Yes, in the Inyala.
Yes, because you were in the Inyala with the police and they were standing in front with a loud hand, is that right?
With the camera.
Yeah, all right. So, who was with you in the Inyala? Which policeman?
I think Mr. McIntosh was there,
Okay.
and then the other
And other
police officers that I don't
So,
know.
did the police hear everything, or perhaps more accurately, were they able to hear everything that the strikers had said to you?
Yes, they should.
Right. So, and we can find out exactly what was said by looking at the tape again.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
So if you're correct in saying that the workers never said we will hand over our weapons at 9 o'clock, the police knew that because they heard it when you heard it.
Yes.
They heard what was said when you heard what was said. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. So the next question is, if you had given the undertaking later that night at the debriefing to the police, how could the police have believed you if the police themselves had heard what the workers had said and what they hadn't said?
That I don't know. Why?
Kwimibuzo le ibibuzwa ngu-chairperson ke uphendula ngolu hlobo umhlekazi umabo. Kokuba awuzange uyitsho into yokokuba abaqhankqalazi phaya kwi-debriefing xa uthetha no-general, awuzange uyitsho ukuba aba bantu bethembise ukuba bazazibeka phansi izixhobo, uthi andizange ndenze eso sithembiso. Into yesibini ukuthi awuzange usitsho okokuba aba baqhankqalazi bathi bazawusuka phaya ekopini ngemini elandelayo, andizange ndiyitsho loo nto. Uthi ngoku ngoba amapolisa bekhona nawo apho bethatha imifanekiso bayiva le ntetho owawuyithetha nabaqhankqalazi, baza benziwa yini okokuba bayikholele xa wena uyitsho phaya? Uthi andizange ndiyitsho loo.
Then you must help me jump this hurdle after that evidence. Can I invite you to look at paragraph 54 on page 16 of your statement?
Uthi ke umhlekazi uSiminya khawundincede apha ke mfokabawo. Make sijonge phaya ku paragraph 54 ku statement esosibhalisileyo.
You see paragraph 54?
Yes.
Ndiyambona paragraph 54.
Second sentence. We said that the workers had been receptive. I'm reading from the third sentence. We said that the workers had been receptive to the proposal that they return to work and that we would see them again in the morning to discuss the matter further. Do you see that?
Uthe apho abasebenzi babonakala bezimisele okokuba bangabuyela empangelweni ngomso kwade kathiwa ke masibuye ngomso phaya kubo.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
But I thought I understood you to say that the workers didn't say that in your presence and that of Mr. McIntosh.
Ndikuve usithi ngeliya xesha uhleli noMcIntosh phaya ayizange kivele kuba aqhankqalazi lento kuba bazimisele ukubuyela emsebenzini ngomso.
It did. They said you come back the following day and discuss the matter further, and then we can take it there how we return to work. I think even in the clip of the 15, you'll hear it them saying themselves.
Xa umamela iclip yange 15 khona apho bathetha khona kanjalo bathi ubuye apha ngomso kuyayoya ngokuthi intetho ziqhubeka kanjani nokuthi singathi sibuyele kanjani empangelweni.
I'm not talking about the clip. I'm saying in your statement.
Thetha apha ngestatement esisakho.
You say the workers were receptive to your proposal that they go back to work.
Muthi abasebenzi phaya babonakala bayamkela intetho yakho yokuba baphindele empangelweni.
That is correct, but you must read it further. You mustn't just stop it there. It says,
Uyifunde uqhubeke uye phambili.
if we read it 54, if you read it further, they were receptive to the proposal that they return to work and that we will see them again in the morning to discuss the matter further, which is what I'm saying.
Into endiyithethayo yileyo ke xa
That you must come
uqhubeka
back
phaya.
tomorrow as we take this matter further and discuss how we return back to work.
Ndithi apha ke bathi kum basebenza isicelo sokuba ndibuye kubo ngomso sizoqhubeka ngale ntetho kude kubonakala uba bazawubuyela kanjani empangelweni.
Did you make the proposal that they return back to work?
Intetho yokuba ufuna baphindele empangelweni wayiveza wayithetha nabo.
The proposal was made by management. I was conveying the management's proposal.
Kwakusisicelo semanagement leso endasigqithisela kubo mna.
You went to the copy with management.
Why kwikopi nemanagement?
I was conveying management's proposal to the workers on the mountain.
Hayi ndithi mna ndandigqithisa isicelo semanagement phaya kubasebenzi entabeni.
And the workers said, yes, we are going to go back to work tomorrow.
Bathi abasebenzi kuwe ewe hayi siyawuphindela ngomso.
And the workers responded by saying, come back tomorrow morning at 9 because it's at night we want to see you face to face, and then we'll discuss the matter further on how we should return back to work.
Bathi kuma basebenzi hayi kuhlile ngoku. Buya apha kuthi ngomso emini kukhanya sizokubona ubuso nobuso. Apho sizawuqhubekela phambili ngalingxoxo yokuba singabuyela kanjani empangelweni.
Then explain to me what you mean by them being receptive to the proposal they go to work. What do you mean they were receptive to that proposal?
Xa usithi bayamkela leyo ntetho esi sicelo sokuba mabaphindele emsebenzini uthetha ukuthini xa uthi bayamkela loo nto?
Is because they say come back tomorrow and discuss the matter further.
Nditsho ngoba bathi kumbuya apha kuthi kusasa sizochubeka ngale ntetho.
How can that in the world convey that they are receptive to the proposal when they just say come back tomorrow?
Xa besithi kuyabuya apha ngomso uyibuya phi ivela phi ke le nto yokuba bayamkela loo ntetho?
Can you repeat your question again?
Awungandiphindela umbuzo lo mhlekazi.
You make the management proposal. Management wants you to lay down your weapons, go back to work, and only then will they discuss your requests and demands, correct?
That's correct.
Andithi wawubeke kubo le nto bathi bona baza kuyiphonononga bayijongisise le nto oyithethayo xa ufika. Ewe.
You tell that to the workers, am I right?
Wafika phaya ke wayibeka le ngxelo kubasebenzi.
That's correct.
Ewe.
They say to you, no, it's too late, it's night, come back tomorrow. We will take the matter further.
Bathi kuwa abasebenzi ayikuhlile ngoku mfondini hamba ubuye apha kuthi ngomso sizawuchubeka ke nawe ngale ngxoxo. Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And you write in your statement that they were receptive to that proposal.
Apha kwi-statement sakho ke ubhala okokuba bakhombisa ukuyamukela ukusamukela eso sicelo.
Yes, you're correct.
By what logic, I then ask?
I believe in dialogue, I believe in engagement.
Ndingumntu mna okholelwayo ke okokuba makube khona izingxoxo makuboniswane ngezinto ezinjengezi.
So in any event, when the parties engage each other, there must be a solution to any challenges that they are facing. So that's the reason that I was saying that.
Into yenza okokuba ndiveze ngolu hlobo okokuba nakuyiphina into ekuthethwa ngayo kuboniswane kude kufikele esigqibelweni.
Chair, would this state of my confusion be an opportune time for...
May I just, Mr. Selenia, please? Mr. Mathunjwa, when you spoke with the workers, the response that you got was not categorically that we will put our arms down and return to work. It was merely, come back tomorrow and we will talk.
That's correct.
Ubuzwa ke ngunkosikazi Hemrich SC uthi Mathunjwa ndiva kakuhle okokuba ekuthetheni kwawo nabasebenzi apho azange bayibeke ngqo lento yokuba sizawubeka izixhobo phansi ngomso sizawuphindela emsebenzini uthi azange bayibeke ngolo hlobo.
And was your understanding that if you continued the talks the following day, that they might put down their arms and return to work?
Wakholelwa ke wena waba nethemba lokokuba xa singaqhubeka sithethe nabo ngomso kungahle kwenzeke okokuba bazibeke phansi izixhobo baphindele emsebenzini.
Yes, ma'am.
Ewe.
Yes, thank you.
Well, on that note, we will adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Sizawubuya ke ngo-2 mawethu.
the Commission resumes. I want to announce at this stage that we understand that there will be a meeting between the evidence leaders and the representatives of the various parties tomorrow afternoon to discuss a number of logistical and other matters. So in the circumstances, we'll be adjourning tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we will resume on Monday at 10 o'clock. So to enable the parties to have the meeting to which I referred tomorrow afternoon.
Uyatsho ke uCommissioner ngomso kuzawugqitywa ngentsimbi yokuqala ngoba emva kwemini kufuneka kubekho intlanganiso phakathi kwamagqwetha akhokhela ngobungqina kunye namagqwetha kuzoxoxwa ngezinto zamalungiselelo. Uqhutyelwa khona ngomvulo ngentsimbi yeshumi.
Mr. Mathunjwa, you are still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Semenya, do you have any more questions for the witness?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Mr. Mathunjwa, to the question by Commissioner Hemraj, you said that you believed that the protesters might disarm the following morning at 9 o'clock. You recall the answer?
Yes.
Uthi ukhumbula kakuhle ngoba bezwa ke ngusenior counsel uCommissioner Hemraj into yoba bekholelwa into yokubana bekunokwenzeka into yoba ngemini elandelayo abantu bebezawubeka phantsi izixhobo zabo abaqhankqalazi.
And your belief was founded on them saying that they will take the matter further tomorrow when you come back.
That's correct.
Uthi be into bemenza ukholelwa into yobana bazawuqhubekeka ngalomba xa isiza ngemini elandelayo.
I want to put it to you that only on that version, nobody would have held the view that the workers were going to go to work the following day. What's your reaction?
That's not correct, because there was an ongoing engagement that they proposed. I couldn't speculate what will be the outcome of that engagement, but there was an indication that once we talk, they will think of how they can return back to work.
Because from management, the proposal was that if they put their arms down and they go back to work, there could be negotiation. And to workers saying to you that they will take the matter further tomorrow couldn't have given anybody optimism that the problem will be resolved.
Ugqibo utsho ngokuye into yokubana kaloku bebethile abaphathi bona into yokubana ukuba abantu bona bangabeka phantsi izixhobo zabo babuyele emsebenzini. Ke ngoku xa abantu besithi saqhubekeka nalo mba ngomso besitsho nje labaqhankqalazi loo nto yayingenawuthetha into yokubana kutsho ukuthi batsho ukuthi ngamanye amazwi bazawubuyela emsebenzini.
I cannot preempt, but I was hopeful.
Uthi ke akanakwazi ukuthi nje yenze amaqashqashi kodwa ke wayenethemba.
And the truth is, what General Pembe will tell the commission, that you did say tomorrow we'll be happy because the protesters will lay down their arms and they will go back to work. What's your reaction?
The reaction will be saying that I never said that.
Kuthiwa ke xa esizapha uGeneral Pembe uzawutsho into yoba wathi umnumzana Mathunjwa kuyinto yokuba abantu bazawubeka phantsi izixhobo babuyele emsebenzini kodwa kumnumzana Mathunjwa uyayikhanya loo nto uthi zangatsho loo nto leyo.
And that's precisely why General Mbombo was upset with you when 9 o'clock came and 9 o'clock passed and the people were still on the copy. Your reaction?
As I've stated earlier on, that the protocol that I was following, the only person whom was introduced to myself that is in charge was General Mpembe, not Provincial Commissioner Mbombo.
You don't say to General Mbombo, why are you upset with me? I've never made any promise to you. Why are you looking to me for an answer?
That's exactly what I'm saying, that the protocol was to report to General Mpembe, not to
No,
you.
you're not answering the question. The question is, when General Mbombo was angry with you because you hadn't come at 9 o'clock as she understood you were to come, arms weren't laid down at 9 o'clock. When she was angry, why did you not say to her, but I don't know what you're angry about. There was no undertaking that things would happen at 9 o'clock. All that was going to happen was the matter would be discussed further. I think that's Mr. Semenya's question.
I think the reaction of Northwest Provincial Commissioner, he was angry that I made a commitment that I will speak to the workers at 9 o'clock. That's what I could recall. That's why he was angry that I was late. Beg your pardon.
Uthi ke ucimba into yoba into wayiqumbeleke yena upremier wephondo uMbombo into yokubana wayethe ngentsimbi yethoba uzobe lapho ke ekopini ukuba ayothetha kunye nabaqhankqalazi, hayi into yokubana bazawube babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo ngelo xesha.
Even more profound, Mr. Mathunjwa. Because on your version, the first place you ought to have started in the morning at 9 o'clock is the copy, not management. You knew what management wanted.
That is not correct. The first place I was to start with management at 8.
Uthi
To
ke
do
xa
what?
kuthiwa bekufuneke eqale ngentsimbi yethoba phaa ekopini ayinyani le nto. Indawo befuneka aqale kuyo qala kudibana abaphathi ngentsimbi yesibhozo.
To do what with management? They have told you what is the basis for further negotiation?
There was a debriefing on the 15th, the evening of the 15th, where we concluded that on the following day of the 16th, I'll start by reporting to them with regard to mine health and safety processes. Hence, then I've started there.
Uthi ke kumntlanganiso babenayo ngomhla we-15 ngoba bahlangane bonke kwagqitywa ekubeni yena uzawubuyela khona ngemini elandelayo ke ngoku azobapha ingxelo bonke intoba kuzokwenzeka ntoni ngakumbi ngendaba yokhuseleko.
There is a pending bloodbath, according to you. There is a possibility of being averted. You promised to go to the copy at 9. And the best thing you do is to speak about mine health and safety in the morning.
Mine health and safety, it's a key issue to each and every worker. You cannot just proceed to work without being compliant with mine health and safety, because it's another way of avoiding fatality in the mines.
Uthi ke ngoku xa exelelwa ngu-senior counsel uSimenya into yokubana ngoku ke indawo uba ubuye phaa ikopi ngo-9 into uyenzile wena kukuhamba uyothetha ngempilo kunye nangokhuseleko labasebenzi nobuye phaa uyokuthintela ukubhubha kwabantu. Uthi nayo loo nto yinxalenye yayo ngokuba naphaya emigodini kuba khona ukubhubha.
No, but we know they hadn't agreed to go to work. So that can't be top of your agenda.
The workers, they highlighted clearly that we must come the following day and then we will engage. Then they will decide from there when they are returning to work. That was based on those premises that I introduced in my debriefing the issue of mine health and safety.
There is a pending bloodbath, according to you. There is a possibility of being averted. You promised to go to the copy at 9. And the best thing you do is to speak about mine health and safety in the morning. Uthi ke kumntlanganiso babenayo ngomhla we-15 ngoba bahlangane bonke kwagqitywa ekubeni yena uzawubuyela khona ngemini elandelayo ke ngoku azobapha ingxelo bonke intoba kuzokwenzeka ntoni ngakumbi ngendaba yokhuseleko.
There
Uthi ke ngoku ba ngenxa yento yobana bona abaqhankqalazi babethe baze ngemini elandelayo ukuthi bazothatha isigqibo into yobana into eza kwenzeka ukususela kuloo ndawo xa bezokwenza ukuthi babuyele emsebenzini. Yiloo nto ke ngoku wabona into yoba makaqale kuwo lo mba kubaphathi into yoba kuyoxoxwa ngendaba yempilo nokhuseleko labasebenzi.
If your version is correct, the first thing you would have done was to go to speak to the people on the copy and said, as we discussed yesterday, the request of the employer is X, can we take the matter further? There's no reason to go to management.
If the management during the debriefing had an objection, they could have raised such, but it was agreed that we will meet at 8 o'clock the following day.
Akuthiwa ke bekufuneka eqala yothetha nabantu othi kuba ke babechasene nayo loo nto leyo abaphathi ngebe bayivezile loo nto okanye ngebe bayithethile loo nto leyo.
And it is so important that you stay at the management offices until midday so that you discuss mine safety.
It's not that I was sitting there, I was waiting for management. And yes, the mine health and safety, I still repeat, it's fundamental for any worker in any environment.
Uthi bengahlelanga nje phayana ke nomnumzana Mathunjwa kwemine elindele abaphathi uthi unyanisile ke xa ethetha ngengqondo nokhuseleko zizinto ezibalulekileyo for umsebenzi abasebenzi bonke ezo zinto ezo.
Chair, may I ask we play just one clip? It must be a second where Mr. Mathunjwa is on the copy and discussing with the leadership there. We will give it an exhibit number later.
Been shown before, but the operators are ready to show it. This is from something on the 16th or the 15th?
On the 16th.
His first visit or his second?
I'm not sure, but it won't be relevant to which
Anyway,
visit it
when he
is.
sees it, he'll bother tell us. Yes, please proceed.
Izawudlala ke ivideo apho umnumzana uMathunjwa wayethetha khona kunye neenkokheli zabaqhankqalazi.
Yeah, that's all right. Hold it there. That is you on that video, Mr.
I
Mathunjwa.
interpose and ask you a question first. That looks as if he's coming in his own car. Is that right? If he came in his own car, that's his second visit. And if there's a clip of his arrival at the beginning, as it were, of his second visit, do we not have a clip of his speech during his second visit?
Chair, he did take his own car to the first visit. I believe that was the evidence yesterday.
I'm wrong then. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me.
Kuthiwa ngoko wayeyoqala ebantwini ke wahamba ngenqwelo yakhe.
Mr. Mathunjwa, you can see yourself on that clip, correct?
Yes, I think I'm the one facing the direction of the workers.
Uthi uyazibona ke naye umnumzana Mathunjwa phaa kulaa video ingathi nguye lujonge kubaqhankqalazi okanye kubasebenzi.
More importantly, you are speaking there with Mr. Noki. Do you see that?
I can see Mr. Noki is in front of us.
Xa kuthiwa ke ingathi oyena mntu bethetha kakhulu naye umnumzana Noki uthi uyambona wayime ngaphambi kwabo.
I thought in the morning you said you don't know him.
No. You said he's my member.
Uthi khangathi akamazi kodwa uthe lilungu lakamnumzana uMathunjwa.
Are you serious?
Repeat your question.
Ela kuphendwe umbuzo.
I asked you specifically to say that is Mr. Noki who is talking at the railway road, remember?
Repeat your question again.
Do you recall us looking at a video clip with Mr. Noki addressing General Mpembe?
Yes, I do.
Uyayikhumbula ke video apho umnumzana uNoki bethetha kunye noGeneral Umpembe?
And you remember asking you that is Mr. Noki, right? And you said you don't know him.
Yes.
Uyakhumbula ngokubebuza into yoba umnumzana uNoki lo yena umnumzana Mathunjwa waphendula ngokuthi akamazi.
And because it was on the 13th, I said, you have never spoken to Mr. Noki at all. You said never, correct?
On the 13th, on the 16th, I never spoke to Mr. Noki.
In fact, you went better and said you don't know him.
Yes, I didn't know him.
Uthi ke ngomhla lo we-13 nangomhla we-16 zangathetha noNoki watsho ke ngoku into yoba betshilo into yoba akamazi.
I have never asked you whether you did know him before. You have very expressed that you don't know Mr. Noki because I was testing you whether you would condemn this armed protest. You recall that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
Now,
Uthi
why did you
bembuzile
tell?
ke ngoku bemvavanya into yokuba nyhani uyamazi uNoki ngelo xesha bembuza into yoba yinto ayigxeka ngamandla na laa nto yolu dushe na.
Now, why did you tell us that you don't know Mr. Noki? That's my difficulty.
That is correct. By that time, I didn't know. I didn't know him.
Uthi ke bengatshongo ngelaa xesha into yoba uyamazi ngoba nyhani bengekamazi ngelaa xesha uNoki.
I'm going to argue that you are being untruthful. I did not ask you whether did you know a Mr. Noki that time. That was never a question. You made it blatantly clear you don't know who is Mr. Noki until we play you the video now.
The fact of that you mentioned that do I know Mr. Noki, the one who's speaking, I said no. But now, in this instance, you are asking me, do I know Mr. Noki? Because I've been to the mountain for the first time. They were there, but I never spoke to him. I didn't know who was Mr. Noki until such time they were talking that this is Mr. Noki.
Uthi ke yena bebuziwe into yoba uyamazi uMr Noki wathi hayi ude wamazi ngelaa xesha ke besazi bekho umuntu omazisa kuye into yoba lo ngumnumzana uNoki.
Anyway, I'll argue the point. Can I ask we play the clip where the protester is saying we're going to finish the police today?
Ucela ke kudlalwe ivideo apho ayithetha isithi sizawagqiba amapolisa namhlanje.
It would be slide 163 on Exhibit L. I think we're talking protester number 6. Slide 168, yes, Chair.
Uthi
But the
uthetha
audio
ngomqhankqalazi
that's more
wesithandathu.
important. For context, shall we play it?
Laba boys bangaba honest. Akahamba ukwenza i-safety kulo mlungu wathe makazaphe. Asithethele akaze nalo mlungu. Kule ndawo sihambi apha ingekho into esiyifunayo. Makahambe ngalo mzuzu. Eli iphoyisa ema ngapha emakhaya balilanda uba malizaphe. Lotshiyeke lapha lizongena kule ipho. Sizabagqibela apha makahamba apha.
Did you hear that, Mr. Mathunjwa?
I did hear it. Could you please repeat the last part of it?
Certainly.
Ucela kudlalwa indawo yokugqibela uthi akayivanga kakuhle.
nayo makahambe ngalo mzuzu eli iphoyisa ema ngapha emakhaya balilanda uba malizaphe lotshiyeke lapha lizongena kule ipho sizabagqibela apha makahamba apha.
Did you hear it?
Yes, I did hear it.
You were,
Uthi umvile ke ukuba besithini na.
he was speaking next to you, right?
Yes.
Uthi bethetha esecaleni kwakhe.
A language you understand.
Xhosa, I'm a Zulu, but I did understand.
Uthi lamfo bethetha isiXhosa yena ungumzulu kodwa umvile babesithini.
Saying we're going to finish them off here, meaning the police, right?
In that context, maybe yes, he was referring to that.
Uthi ke mhlawumbe bebhekisa kumapolisa ngendlela beyibeka ngayo bethetha ngayo.
I suggest to you there's no other context.
I heard.
Uthi umvile ke xa kuthiwa ayikho enye indlela benobe uthetha yona.
And he's saying those police from the Eastern Cape must go back, otherwise they will never get back their home. Is that right?
Yes, I heard even the hippo. I don't know whether it was home or hippo.
Uthi uvile ke ngoku xa ethetha ngalamapolisa kuthiwa vela eMpumalanga Koloni babuyele ekhaya uthi ke uvile nangoku bekuthethwa ngehippo akayazi noba bekuthethwa ngehippo okanye bekuthethwa ngekhaya na.
And that they are not going to leave the copy. Did you hear that too?
Yes.
Uthi uvile naxa besithi ke abazohamba phaa kulaa kopi bona abayindawo.
So I will argue that the version you say, that you told them to leave, is untrue.
I will dispute that.
Xa kuthiwa ke ngoku uyaphosisa xa esithi uxelela abantu ukuba xa esithi yena uxelela abantu mabakahambe mabahambe uthi yena akavumelani uyayiphikisa loo nto leyo yena uMnumzana uMathunjwa.
And the only reason you were almost certain that there is going to be a bloodbath is because you knew that they would have told you in your presence that they're not going to leave that place at all.
It's not correct because there was some engagement. This is the clip. There was another clip that I referred you to that I have to remember I went twice into that mountain.
Uthi ke ngoku xa kuthiwa yena ubesazi into yokuba kuzobakho into ukubhubha okuzokwenzeka okanye uphalalo lwegazi ngenxa yento yoba bevile bathini na uthi yena umnumzana Mathunjwa yinyani le nto ngoba bethetha ibhekisele kule clip yesibini le ingadlalwanga.
There is no stage at which the protesters tell you, we're going to go back to work, we're going to disarm. That's why you knew there would be a bloodbath.
The protesters told me on the 15th at night, which is what I conveyed the debriefing session.
Uthi ke yena bexelelwe ngabasebenzi ngokuhlwa nge-15 into leyo ngokubekho intlaniso awayithethayo. So uyaphikisana nale nto bana besazi into bana kuzabakho into embi intlekele zakwenzeka apho.
Sorry, told you what?
On the 15th, the workers, they've told us that we need to come back the following day at 9.
No, but the proposition I'm saying, at no stage do they say to you, we are going to work. We are going to disarm. So the reason you anticipated a bloodbath must be because you knew they would attack the police.
It's not because of that, it's because of the response that I got from management.
Uthi ke into yenza into yoba makazi into yokubana kuzabakho intlekele zakwenzeka angenxa yento yokuba abantu bathe bona abazozibeka phantsi izixhobo kodwa ngenxa yento ebithethwe ngabaphathi imanagement.
But Mr. Mathunjwa, tell me, when you see the police being frantic, the helicopters hovering, why don't you form a view that now this means the protesters will realize the urgency and disperse? Why did that thought not cross your mind?
That's the reason I've mentioned earlier on that I made an example of a ram, that if the ram retreats, doesn't mean that it's all lost.
Uthi ke ngoku kutheni ke ngoku yena umnumzana uMathunjwa xa ebona isiphithiphithi ne-helicopters phapha phezulu into yobana angazobona into benokwenzeka. Uthi loo nto ke ngoku yena waye wathetha nabantu esenza umzekelo ethetha ngexhama into yokuba xana libuyela mva ayithethi loo nto kanye ukuba loyisiwe.
Please break down this idiom. You have used it too many times now. What has a ram got to do with backing up? And my question.
If I understand you well, you were saying at no stage I've never told the strikers to leave copy. So I'm simply saying I did. I made an example of the ram.
Uthi ke yena wenza umzekelo ngexhama ngoba kuye kwathiwa kuyimnumzana uMathunjwa into yoba khangathe ebantwini mabahambe phaa kwekopi. Uthi yena ndenza umzekelo ngexhama.
No, my question was a very specific question. Now that the police are frantic, now that the helicopters are hovering, why don't you form an impression that the protesters will realize and disperse? Why does that thought not cross your mind?
It did cross my mind, hence I'm saying I did tell them that if the ram moved backwards, it doesn't mean that all is lost. That's what that was the meaning I was saying, that they must leave the copy.
Xa kubuzwa ke into yobana yena kumnumzana uMathunjwa xa ebona ke ngoku inqwelontaka zibhabha ngaphezulu abona namapolisa kukho isiphithiphithi kuthi yena angazange azame ukulumkisa abantu bamaphume ekopini. Uthi ke yena wayenza loo nto ngeli xesha wayethetha ngexhama into yoba xa libuye emva ayithethi loo nto yoba loyisakele malichithe lityiwe.
Did you anticipate there will be a bloodbath? Or did you anticipate that people will disperse when they see the force they are confronting?
Can you repeat your question again?
Was your impression that there will be a bloodbath? Or was your impression that with the protesters seeing the display of force, they will simply disperse?
No, but for the first one, when you were asking me that question, I did say that people will be killed. Even in the media, I've said it.
Uthi ke ngoku xa ebuza into yobana yena zange akwazi ukubonela ngaphambili into yobana kuzobakho ukuchitheka kwegazi na, okanye mhlawumbi abantu xa bebona into kubana amapolisa ayaphithizela mhlawumbi abantu bazawusuka bachithachitheka bahlukane kuloo ndawo leyo bambi iindlela ezihlukeneyo. Uthi ke na wayitshilo ke ngoku naphambi kwemidiya into yokuba abantu bazawubulawa.
That's precisely my point. Why don't you form a view that with all of this hyperactivity, the result is going to be a dispersal? Why do you anticipate a bloodbath?
Maybe I have to draw you back. If there was no cooperation from police, from provincial commissioner and the generals, no cooperation from management in this crucial time, surely that could be.
Uthi ke ngoku ukuba ke bingekho intsebenzisano phakathi kwabo namapolisa kunye nabaphathi, nyhani loo nto biyibonisa into yoba kuzawubakho ukuchitheka kwegazi.
I'm sure my colleagues will deal with this about how management, what they did or did not do. The question I'm asking finally is, why don't you form an impression that one possible outcome from this will be the people dispersing, realizing that they are confronting that display of force?
I quite not understand your question. Will you please repeat it?
Ndakawuqondi ke lo mbuzo, ucela uphindwe.
Instead of anticipating a bloodbath, why didn't you anticipate that the people will on the copy will realize it is better they disperse peacefully and there will be no bloodbath?
I couldn't think on their behalf. On what I was doing, that was the best I could do by that time.
Xa kubuzwa ke ngoku noba kutheni ke ngoku yena becingela into yokuphalala kwegazi angacingela into yoba xa abantu bebona ubuninzi bamapolisa bazawubamba iindlela ezahlukaneyo, uthi benganawukwazi ukuthi na acingele abantu okanye acinge into yoba abantu bacinga ntoni ngelo xesha.
If that's your best answer, can we move on? The evidence that General Mbombo would have gone for a ANC torch-bearing ceremony is an untruth, Mr. Mathunjwa.
Is it a question?
I'm inviting your response, yes.
It is true that he went, according to Mr. Mpembe, that he went for ANC torchbearer ceremony with the Premier of Northwest. That's what he told me.
I think you're getting into trouble again, but confusion between he and she, which is a
Sorry,
distinction which doesn't
pardon
exist,
me,
in
she.
doesn't exist in Zulu, as I understand it, which is the problem. The person who went off to the ANC ceremony, I think, was the divisional commissioner. There was a provincial commissioner who was a lady.
My
So that should be
apology.
she went, is that right? If you say he, then we'll think you're talking about General Mpembe, where you mean General Mbombo, I think. Am I right?
Yes, my apologies. She went for the ANC torch-bearing ceremony.
Senior Counsel uMnumzana uSimenye besandokutsho ke into yokuba xa uMnumzana Mathunjwa esithi yena fika apho waxelela into yokubana uCommissioner wephondo uhambe waya kwi-torch bearing ANC, loo nto yinto engamampunge. Uthi ke yena uMnumzana uMathunjwa ayikho njalo, into endiyixelelweyo mna leyo uba kunjalo, and loo nto ndiyixelelwe nguGeneral Mpembe ukuba uhambile ucommissioner uye kwi-torch bearing ANC.
Should the need arise, there will be evidence that General Mbombo went to visit the police officer that was injured. What's your response?
I cannot dispute, I'm only responding of what I was told on the day.
Uthi ke ngoku noba kuzothiwa kuye into yokubana ngaloo mini u-provincial commissioner wayombonela polisa loo nzakele, yena nje akanayiphikisa loo nto kodwa ke uthetha into awayixelelwe ngalaa mhla.
And if it is established, there is no way General Mpembe could have said that to you.
As far as I could remember, Mr. Mpembe even attempted to phone her. He said he's phoning her to call here that we are at the joke.
Uthi xa ikhumbula kakuhle ke noba isithi yena senior counsel umnumzana Sumenye into yoba General Mpembe khange athethi into enjalo kuyo. Uthi xa ikhumbula yena umnumzana Mathunjwa ude wathi yena uGeneral Mpembe into yoba utsalela u-provincial commissioner uMbombo umnxeba ngelaa xesha.
Neither did General Mpembe say to you that the provincial commissioner was the one in charge.
Mr. General Mpembe produced the provincial commissioner during the morning, and he told us that he's in charge of the operation.
Uthi ke ngoku xa kuthiwa into yoba uGeneral Mpembe zange athi into yokubana la operation esenzeka la mini phantsi kolawulo luka-provincial commissioner uMbombo, uthi yena uthe ngentseni ngentsasa nje banga nguye owazisa lo womama u-provincial commissioner uMbombo nguye esithi le operation ingaphantsi kolawulo lakhe.
In fact, since being with the generals, they've never saluted me. So you're saying that's what General Mpembe did with you? Salute.
When?
At least to say it in your statement, I don't know when it is.
Yes, in the debriefing, that's what I've said.
Uthi ke utshilo phangele xesha wayenentlanganiso nabo into yokuba uye wasalutwa ke ngendlela yesipolisa nguGeneral Mpembe. Uthi ke yena uGeneral Counsel Sumenye into yoba yena zange kasalutwe ngoGeneral yena.
General Mpembe will deny that he ever saluted you.
That is what I've observed, that's what I've seen.
Xa kuthiwa ke Mpembe zange asalute umnumzana Mathunjwa, uthi yena ke leyo ndazibonela ngalawam amehlo.
And when General Mbombo said this will end today, she was referring to the people going onto the copy being armed, that today they will be disarmed. That's the meaning she conveyed.
I heard is that this thing will finish today.
Uthi ke xa kuthiwa umnumzana usenior counsel Sumenye xa kuthiwa uGeneral Mbombo wayesithi u-provincial provisioner le nto iyaphela namhlanje, wayethetha into yoba abantu baza kuthathelwa izixhobo zabo.
No, but what I'm testing with you is you're giving it a sinister spin, aren't you?
I was saying that what she has said to us.
Uthi ke yena bethetha le nto uGeneral okanye uProvincial Commissioner wayithetha kubo.
So you can't refute that she meant that they will be disarmed today.
I don't know what she was meaning by that.
Uthi akayazi into yoba noba kwakuthethwa into yokubana bazawuthathelwa izixhobo ngoku kwakusithiwa le nto iyaphela namhlanje.
And you won't challenge it if she gave that type of evidence, correct?
I won't challenge what, if you may repeat.
That connotation, if she testified that was what she meant.
That will be her interpretation, but I was just simply saying what she told us.
Ukuthi ke noba angazi apha yena provincial commissioner azothi wayithetha into yoba yena ngela ntetho yakhe abantu bazobeka phantsi izixhobo uthi ke utata izobe indlela eyitolika ngayo kodwa mna ndamva ethethele wayithetha ngela xesha.
Is it your evidence that it was clear to you that the police had taken a decision to kill?
Can you refer me to my statement, please?
Uxela ke ukuba ajongiswe okanye amazwi akhe wathi
Council's referring to paragraph 85 on page 26. Am I right?
I am, but Chair, the witness does not need to.
Well, anyway, I've told him, so we carry on. But he explains no cooperation with the police, no cooperation with bondmen. Obviously, the workers aren't going to move either, so therefore, conflagration is the result.
You may repeat your question.
Paragraph 85, do you have it?
Yes, I do.
I'm asking you, were you serious that it was clear to you that the police were going to kill?
Yes, based on what was happening, that was my conclusion.
Uthi ke ngenxa yento wayibona isenzeka apho yena wasithathela isigqibo sokuba amapolisa azawubabulala abasebenzi.
And not that the protesters will disarm and disperse. That was not a possibility.
In my statement, I think it's clear, if I may allowed to read, I said, in the what paragraph, I said that the writing was on the wall, as it was clear to me that the police were going to shoot these people.
Uthi ke xa ezofunda apha kwi-statement sakhe ubhalile into yobana uthi ndithe umbhalo usedongeni ngoba kwakucacile kum uba amapolisa izabadubula aba bantu.
I don't see where it says the police will kill these people.
Uthi akaboni apho kubhalwe amapolisa azawubabulala aba bantu.
Are you serious?
Yes, according to the portion that have been referred to by yourself, 85, it says, before going back to speak to the workers, I had an interview with ETV. During the interview, I said that there was no cooperation from SAPS and no cooperation from management. The interviewer asked me, what now? I said that the writing was on the wall, as it was clear to me that the police were going to shoot these people. I said that it was out of my hands and that it was in God's hands.
Ngokuya ngokwe-statement ebesibegqiba sifunda ndisitolika ngole ndlela uthi ngaphambi ndibuyele kwabasebenzi ke ndaba nodlonondlebe nabakwa-e-TV kolu dlonondlebe ndathi ke akho ntsebenzisano ndiyifumanayo kumapolisa kunye nabaphathi lona ke wayendibuza imibuzo wathi kuzokwenzeka ntoni ngoku ndathi umbhalo usedongeni njengoba kwakucacile kum uba amapolisa ayizabadubula abantu ndathi kwakhona iphumile ngoku ezandleni zam seyisezandleni zikaThixo.
They were going to shoot to heal.
Come again?
Were they going to shoot to heal? Because I can only say you're connoting one thing, that they were going to shoot to kill them.
I cannot be in the position to interpret your interpretation on that.
When you say the police are going to shoot them, surely you mean the police are going to shoot them and there's a distinct possibility they'll be killed.
They can be killed, others they cannot be killed.
Yeah, look, all the shots mightn't be fatal, but some at least are probably going to be fatal, and a number of them are going to die. That's what you meant, surely.
Thank you, that's it.
Now, Ms. Barnes, can you tell us, is this ETV interview available? If anything turns on it, we can get it, see what exactly he said, in what context it was said. But is it available?
We don't have it at this moment.
I didn't ask you if you had it,
Chair.
I said, is it available?
We would have to find out.
I see.
We've
Might
had
be
some
helpful.
difficulty obtaining footage.
Yes,
as
I know,
think
we've
you're
encountered
aware.
that problem before, but I would imagine if this one was broadcast, there shouldn't be a problem. Particularly as the interviewee would presumably consent to its being made available.
Yes, we can certainly make inquiries, Chair.
All right. Now,
Chairman, I think I think the clips that I showed at the commencement do have a short excerpt of Mr. Mathunjwa predicting that people are going to be shot that day or that there may be death. But we'll have to find that. I looked for it this morning. I don't have it with me. But there is a relevant clip on that first lot of extracts that were shown.
Chair, we can
So
do
we'll
it
get that.
easily.
You'll find that.
We can do it easier than that, Chair. Can I refer you to paragraph 87 of your statement?
Bekusanda uthethwa ke ukungento yokubana utsho nayo into yobana kuyenzeka into yoba xa bedutyulwa bangakwazi ukuthi bonzakala okanye basweleke, ngoku bekuthiwa ke ngoku igqwetha likamnumzana uMathunjwa lingazama into yoba izofumaneka loo video apha ngathi athetha kuyo loo nto leyo.
You say, I then proceeded to the copy. I told the workers that there was no one to whom I could give a report of what the workers wanted. I pleaded with them. I said to them that if they do not leave the copy, the police were going to kill them.
That's correct.
Uyavuma ke uthethe lo mazwi lawo yena uMr Mathunjwa into yokuba ndiye ndaqhubeka ndaye kwikopi ndathetha nabasebenzi ukuba bekungekho mntu ebendinomnika ingxelo malunga neemfuno zabasebenzi. Uthi ndiye nababongoza ke ndathi kubo uba bangahambi kule kopi amapolisa azawabulala. Uthi ke inyani leyo mnumzana uMathunjwa utsho njalo.
So why are we dancing around shooting and people can be killed or not killed?
I was referring to clause 85, and then the commissioner corrected that. Then I said it was for shooting, and then I confirm on 87 that yes, they will be killed.
Uthi ke ngoku yena xa bethetha ngolo hlobo bezama ukuphendula le nto ibhalwe ku paragraph number 85, kodwa nangona ivuma into yokuba uyithethile leyo ku 87 paragraph into abantu bazawubulawa.
Now that we have established it, why was it not your prediction that the people will disperse instead?
After this interview, I went to the mountain. Actually, even before I asked two officers who were there, two black officers, that who was in charge of the operation. And then they showed me one white officer whom I told him that I had no cooperation from the joke. And then he said he will phone General Naidu. I must wait for 15 minutes.
That's your best answer why you did not hold a view that the protesters might disperse, correct? That's your best answer.
No, I went to the copy. I didn't end there. After there was no response from General Naidu, I proceeded to the copy.
Uthi ke ngoku yena wathi emva ntoba dibana namapolisa amabini axela into yoba ngoba ababuza into yoba ngubani ophetheyo, bambonisa elinye ipolisa walixelela into yokubana ukhange afumane intsebenziswano kunye nabaphathi ngoba besuka kwijog. Wacela ukubona ophetheyo, lo ophetheyo yena wathi uzawubiza uNaidu abalinde imizuzu 15, kodwa noba kunjalo uthi waye waqhubekeka yena mnumzana Mathunjwa waya kwikopi.
In fact, when we played that clip, I should have made you listen closer, because after the protester 6 says that they're going to finish them off, you are heard laughing there.
That is not correct.
Uyaphika ke nomnumzana Mathunjwa xa kuthiwa emva kokuba lo tata esithi yena lamqhankqalazi sizawubagxeka abantu, yena uvakala ehleka phaa umnumzana Mathunjwa. Uyayiphika leyo, uthi ayinyani leyo.
But you don't tell protester 6, please, you can't use such inflammatory language. There's no police who are going to be killed here. Those who come from the Eastern Cape will happily go home after this operation.
It's only a clip that we are playing. It doesn't cover what other things that I've said. As I've said clearly that I did renounce violence. I did encourage the workers to leave that copy. I did that.
Xa kuthiwa ke ukena zange akazama ukhalibela la tata amxelele into yobana no hayi suthetha ngolu hlobo awazobulala amapolisa nokuba nokuthi kakhona abazobuyela kakuhle eMpumalanga Koloni. Uthi ke yena noba ke umnumzana Mathunjwa xa iphendula noba ke ingavezwa yonke into edlala kula video kodwa ikhona ixesha apho ndiye ndaxelela into yoba abantu mabayeke yonke into yodushe ndiyenzile loo nto leyo.
It might not be specific to that person, but I did say that the people must leave the copy.
Uthi noba intetho endingayenzanga yabangqo kulo mntu lowo kodwa ke ndiye ndathetha ndathi abantu mabahambe phaa kwekopi basuke phaa.
You don't take the loud hailer, the point I'm making. You don't take the loud hailer from him and say, no, 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 no. There are no police who are going to be killed here.
He was not the only one who was still talking. I think there were many workers who were continually talking there.
Xa kubuza into yoba zange athathe na umboko phaa kulaa mntu amxelele into yoba kho amapolisa azawubulawa apha uthi ke yena baye baninzi abantu ababethetha ngelo xesha yayingasingulowa yedwa.
And again, it must be reminded that I went back to the joke, because that apparently that was the first address. So I had to go back to the joke after they told me that I must go and call the management to come and address them. That was not just the end there.
Uthi ke phaa wayengagqibelisi ngelaa xesha kwakungoka waye ebantwini okokuqala ngoba emva koko waye wabuyela kwijoke ngeli xesha ke behamba eyosa ingxelo.
Did you hear the last question? No.
When it's convenient, we'll take the tea adjournment. Tell me when it's convenient and we'll do so.
It may very well be, I think I'm at the tail end, but it may very well be that this is an
We'll
opportune
take the
time.
tea adjournment at this stage.
Sisathatha ikhefu kancinci sawuphinda siqhubekeka khona.
the commission resumes. Mr. Semenya.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mathunjwa, it's my duty to remind you that you're still under oath.
Mr. Mathunjwa had made the statement that at no stage do you take the loud hailer and say to the crowd, we are not going to be killing any police officers here.
Yes, as I was saying earlier on, that people, they were changing the platform, or as they were talking, different workers. It might not that I've said it to a specific person, but I did renounce violence.
Uthi ke nokuba abantu ke bebetshintshisana izithethi kodwa ke ngela xesha wayepha lento yodlame okanye udushe waye wayigxeka kakhulu kuba abantu mabayeke.
I don't know what yes qualifies, but I want to be very clear. At no stage do you say to the crowd, after they've been told that the police were going to be killed, at no stage do you take the loud hailer and say, no, 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 no. No police officers are going to be killed here. Correct?
I did renounce. It might not that I'd never take a loudspeaker for that specific person, but I did renounce violence at the mountain.
Uthi noba ke azange athethe ngqo nalaa mntu okanye ethethe ephethe umboko loudspeaker kodwa ke lento wayigxeka kakhulu lento yona yodushe.
On the 15th, when you were at the copy, you were inside the Nyala, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Uthi nge-15 ngokuya wayekwikopi wayengaphakathi kwihipo.
You spoke inside the Nyala and left still inside the Nyala, correct?
Yes, we left from the Nyala and then to another vehicle.
Uthi ke baye bahla kwihipo leyo bayokhwela enye imoto.
So when the protesters were saying, or when you formed the view that they will go to work the following day, it is something you had inside the Nyala.
Yes, it's when I was inside the Nyala and there was a police officer with a video camera inside.
Uthi ke abantu wayengaphakathi kwenyala ngoba abantu bebesitaze ngengomso kwakukho nelinye ipolisi ke lalifota okanye lalirekhoda ngevideo camera ngaphakathi kwihipo leyo.
So on that which is heard, there was no reason why the generals held the view that tomorrow the workers are going back to work, correct? Not from what the workers had said to you whilst you're in the Nyala.
I cannot speak on the generals, but what I know is that the workers, they said to us, we have to come back tomorrow and take the discussion further, and they swear then they will see whether they go back to work.
Uthi ke ngoku ayingenxa yento okubana yayingabantu abathethe nto leyo akakwazi ukuthi athethe lo general xa kuthiwa kwakungenxa yento ethethwa ngabantu xa kuthiwa mabaze ngemini elandelayo. Into yayigqityiwe into babona mabaye pha badibane kwakhona ngengomso bayithathe ususela apho into yoba kuzokwenzeka ntoni ukusukela kuloo ndawo.
This is my final question, but perhaps my most important question as far as I'm concerned.
Uthi ngumbuzo wakho ukugqibela ucinga uba ngoyena mbuzo ubalulekileyo lo azawumbuza wona ngoku.
When you hear the protesters saying they're going to kill the police, you don't go to the police and say, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a serious situation in our hands. The people you intend to disarm are intent in killing you.
Uthi ke ngoku emvani bayevile ke ngoku yena umnumzana uMathunjwa into yoba abantu bathi bazobulala amapolisa zangayi kumapolisa azothi manene namanenekazi aba bantu ke ngoku bangathi injongo zabo kukunibulala.
You're going to need to be very, very, very circumspect.
Kufuneke ke nibe nonophele kakhulu.
One, you remember that I went to the JOC to report. Remember, we were given 2 protocols. Labor relations was for the management, and the safety and security was for the police. So at the JOC, there was no one who was present that could take the message from us. And 2, even though we arrived at the JOC, Mr. Mpembe himself, he came out of one of the operation room. And then he said to me, as I explained in the morning, I'm not in charge of the operation. It's Madam Mbombo. Hence, he said he will try to find him, as I've said earlier on, that according to Mr. Mbombo, according to Mr. Mpembe, he was ANC ceremonial. And also, when these workers were talking, as you correctly said, they were using the hailer. The police were also around the area themselves. They could hear what those protesters were saying.
Leyo isasoba buyele jogging ngoba wayifuna udibana nabaphathi mangela nomba nimba udibela into zabasebenzi nabaphathi babapolisa ngendaba zokhuseleko kodwa kuyoxolela nguGeneral Mpembe into kubana umama lo umbombo akekho uye kwi-ceremony ye-ANC uthi nangelo xesha abantu bebethetha ke bephethe umboko lo amapolisa ayekhona nawo kule ndawo ayesiva nawo ukuthi abantu babesithini ngeli xesha babethetha.
That's exactly the opportunity where you can say to General Mpembe, General, I have just heard now that the protesters are intent in finishing you off. So you need to be extraordinarily careful now.
Chair, with respect, Mr. Semenya has led evidence to the effect that one protester said something which he's given a particular interpretation to, but not protesters.
You must reformulate the question, Mr. Semenya.
Did the protesters understand what was communicated to them? Mr. Mathunjwa?
By whom?
By this 6th protester who's saying today they were going to finish them. Was he understood by those he was addressing?
I don't know, but for them to hear, should they have heard what he was saying?
And they did not...
Uthi ke akayazi noba mhlambi abantu babemamele ngobethetha lo tata ayiphethe umboko bamqonda na kodwa ke babemva bona ngeli xesha wayethetha.
And you did not hear any of them saying, no, that's not what we're going to do.
No.
Zangu
further
uthi zangu
questions?
ave nomnye wabesithi ayinto esizawuyenza leyo.
I said Amandla. Those are all the questions I have, Chair.
I didn't
Semenya?
hear the last.
Sorry. No, he's finished his questions, but now Mr. Berger is going to start, I think. Mr. Berger?
I think the witness is indicating that he didn't hear the last question.
I think the last question was simply, I have no more questions.
Sorry, I just want him to repeat because I said Amandla. I don't know whether he was expecting an answer from me or what was the
Well,
question.
he said Amandla, so have you got an answer to that? The suggestion is that after this man talked about finishing off the police, people around about said Amandla. And there was a sort of implied question mark at the end of it. So what answer do you want to give?
No, it's a normal response in the mass meeting after you spoke. They usually say Amandla.
Kuthiwa ke emveni begqibile uthetha la tata kwaye kwaphendula abantu ke isihlwele bathi Amandla yena uyichaza uMr Mathunjwa ngokuthi ke into eqhelekileyo ke yenzekayo xa abantu behlangene bebaninzi ukuthi baphinde bathethe khona bathi Amandla.
I understand that. Mr. Berger, do you have any questions for the witness?
Yes, Chair. Mr. Mathunjwa, my team and I represent Lonman in this debate. And you are a leader of a prominent trade union at the Lonman mine, and so is NUM. But you'll understand the questions I put to you is in order to assist the Commission to come to the truth. You understand that?
Yes.
Uyatsho ke yena senior counsel uBergel kuba yena kunye neqala lakhe bamele abakwa lonmin uyatsho nokubana ke ngoku lo mbutho awukhokhelayo ngobaluleke kakhulu. So imibuzo ezambuza yona ngeza unceda le commission ukuba izokwazi inyaniso ba kanye kanye kwenzeke ntoni na.
In due course, I may have to ask questions of NUM. Doesn't mean that Lonmin is fighting with AMCO or with NUM. That's part of the process. You understand that?
I understand.
Uthi uyaqonda ke nokuba xa kuzobuza imibuzo ebhekiselele AMCO kanye NUM ayithethi loo nto leyo ukuba balwa kunye nabo.
At the end of this inquiry, we will make submissions to the Commission that there are principally two reasons for this tragedy. I don't have to burden you with the first reason, but the second reason we will say is to be found in the relationship between AMCO and NUM as at August 2012. That's my first debate I want to have with you.
Uthi ke ngoku unezizathu ezimbini abazothi xana kuzoqhutywe baqumbelwa le commission azothi aziveze ngexesha ke lokwenza ingxoxo mpikisano. Uthi isizathu sokuqala sibalulekanga kodwa sesibini yinxa yento okanye ubudlelwane ngaphakathi kweNUM neAMCU into eyenzeke ngo-August 2000.
We have heard that SAFM debate on the morning of the 15th when your trade union, AMCO, was accused by NUM of lying in public. You remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
Uyakhumbula ke ngoxesha babeku ku SAFM bona abe AMCO betyholwa yiNUM kunomathotholo into yokuba bona bayaxoka abananyani. Uthi uyakhumbula uMnumzana Mathunjwa.
On that same occasion, AMCO was accused of having killed 2 security officers on the 12th of August. You heard that?
Yes.
Uthi uvile nangoku ke iAMCO bityholwa ngokubulala onogada ababini nge-12 zaka August.
In fact, it was said that this whole unrest was a ploy by AMCO to unseat NUM at Lonmin. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember it.
Uthi lonto kuthiwa ke uyakhumbula wayiva into bakuthiwa yonke lento yenziwa into kubana iAMCO ifuna ukuwisa iNUM eLonmin. Bukuqa.
In fact, NUM suggested that AMCO had promised the workers 12,500 rand per month. You remember that?
Yes.
Uthi uyakhumbula nokuba kwakuthiwa iAMCO ithembise abasebenzi 12,500 ngenyanga.
And NUM had accused AMCO of intimidation during August 2012, events leading up to the 16th. You remember that?
Yes, I could remember it.
Uthi uyakhumbula nokubana iNUM yayityhola ke iAMCO ngokwenza izigrogriso xa kuyiwa ke nakula sehlakalo sesenzeka ngomhla we-16.
That was in this relationship the stance adopted by NUM. Before I deal with you briefly with the stance adopted by AMCO, can I ask you this? When you as AMCO president issue a media statement, I take it you check the correctness of the facts of that statement.
Yes, we do our level best to record.
Uthi ke wenza unako nako xa bethetha nonondaba into kubana bathethe into eyinyani.
And when you go on national radio and the people listen to the debate, if you then say things on the 15th of August, I take it you as president will make particularly sure that you do not spread falsehoods, that what you say is, to the best of your knowledge, true and correct.
Kuthiwa ke ngona xa ingomhla ka-15 xa ethetha yena kunomathotholo omanyelwa jikelele akazothetha izinto ezawusasaza ubuxoki.
It will be our endeavor, correct?
Yes.
Uthi ke yaba ngumzamo wabo lo yinyani leyo.
Now, we know that during August of this year, you as president of AMCU accused NUM of oppressing the workers.
Yes, I think I said something like that.
Yes.
Uthi ucimba uthethe into enjalo into yokuba utyhole inum ngokucinezela abasebenzi.
Mr.
Chair,
Mathunjwa,
can I ask that the audience perhaps be requested to just remain quiet and respectful while the witness is giving his testimony?
I'll
If
do
that
my
seems
best,
a
Chair.
reasonable request, I would expect people in the auditorium to remain quiet. They are here so they can hear what's said, not so they can participate or make comments of their own. And if anybody does make a comment or make a noise and is identified, I instruct those concerned to evict that person from the auditorium for the rest of the day. So please behave. Carry on.
Uthi ke ucommissioner uyacela ebantwini abahleli phansi bazokumamela into yokuba bona bazokumamela abazange uzothatha inxaxheba kuyo i-commission. Ngoko ke kuke wabona umuntu ophazamisayo kuzawuthathwa ke abo ke ngoku banikwe amagunya okuba bakhuphele abantu ngaphandle babakhuphele ngaphandle abantu abenza loo nto leyo. Ngoku ulindele bonke abantu ukuthi bathule bathi cwaka.
Mr. Mathunjwa, what I put to you, I get from exhibits before the commission. I don't give you the exhibit every time because it takes long. But if I have got it wrong, by all means, challenge me and I'll show you where you've said what I put to you. The second thing you said about NUM was that they were renter-blacks. August 2012.
That is not correct.
Can I put it to you? If you go to exhibit 009,
Uthi ke wenze enye into yena inomngi rent black uthi ukuthi uqeshwa komuntu omnyama ngoku usiwa kwi statement apho kuthiwa lentetho injalo uthe wayenza khona.
on page 6 of 009, this is your speech at the copy on the morning of the 16th of August.
I will request the assistant on that.
Yes, let me ask my attorney to give you a hand on that. Page 6, the top of the page is back, let it come, back. Do you have that page? Now, is that the page, Mr. Mathunjwa, which in the middle has president, and then you say Africa's economy is in white men's hands? That the one?
Ba kulapho ke wathetha khona wathi into yokuba umnotho wethu eMzantsi Afrika usezandleni zabantu abamhlophe na.
Jonathan, I wonder whether you don't help them.
It's page 6 of the transcript.
I've paginated mine by hand, but I'll ask my attorney to assist you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do you have that page in front of you?
Yes.
Uyatsho ke
You'll
uliphethe
see in the
liphepha ngaphambi
middle,
kwakhe.
the president, I think, is a reference to you. And do you pick it up, Africa's economy? Do you have that passage?
Yes.
Africa's economy is in white men's hands who arrived here by boats. They're the ones who control our lives even today on how to live. Power, and the employee says it's ours, and you say on top of that, what they do is they take our brothers and give them top positions. That is called rent-a-black in English. They rent people who are said to be educated. They're from universities to come and oppress us. They work for the employers. They are the investors' power. Who were you referring to there?
To the employer.
Uthi ke ngeli xesha wayethetha konke lamazwi kuthiwa uwathethile kwezinto zisandofundwa apha ukuba ndingayifunda amazwi awathethileyo apho into yoba kuthiwa wathi ndiyanibulisa ke ndingumntaka Mathunjwa uthi ke sibhekene noxanduva sibhekene nenkinga yokuthi umnotho wa-South Africa awukho kulabo bantu ba-South Africa amandla umnotho wa-South Africa uphethwe ngondlebe zikhanyelanga abafika ngezikhephe okuyibona namhlanje basawula izimpilo zethu zokuba siphile kanjani amandla phezu kwalokho into abayenzayo base bathatha obhulu bethu abafowethu bababeke ezitulweni eziphezulu lokho kuthiwa ngolimi lasemzini rent a black kurentwa abantu babuye ema-university kuba bazosicindezela bese kuba yibona ke abasebenzeli abaqashi bese kuyibona ama-investors amandla.
And Mr. Mathunjwa, did you refer then to the gentleman you interact with on a daily basis at Lonmin?
I was referring to the employer.
Uthi ke ngalamazwi bebhekisa kumqeshi.
Mr. Mathunjwa, listen to the question. Were you referring there to the gentleman you were referring to at Lonmin on a daily basis in your relationship with management?
I was referring to the employer.
Give
In this
him a
context,
name.
in
Give
the
him a
employer.
name, please. Give him a name.
Lonmin.
No, I know Lonmin. Give the person, the renter black, a name, please.
No, I didn't specify here who's the black person, but I said Lonmin. I was referring to the employer according to your question.
I know. Help us.
Uthi ke njengoko bethetha apho kule ndawo kuthetha ngorente black lokuba kurente umuntu omnyama bengathethi ke ngoku ngomuntu osebenze omnyama osebenze Lonmin kodwa bethetha ngeLonmin ngokwayo umqeshi company.
What did you have in mind?
I never had a name in mind.
Utakho umuntu ke becinge ngaye benaye engqondweni njengoba
You
bethetha
didn't
le.
have Mr. Fillmore or Mr. Farmer in mind? I take it you didn't have Mr. Fillmore or Mr. Farmer in mind?
Yes, because I referred to the color.
No, hang on. Mr. Fillmore, as I understand, is white. Mr. Farmer is white, is that right? They're both top officials in Lonmin.
Yes.
You weren't referring to them.
I was referring that the employer employ blacks.
So you must have had black people in mind who were employed in relatively top positions in Lonmin. Would that be fair?
That would be fair in general.
Yes. Now, which people? Now, if top officials of Lonmin heard you saying that, who would they think you were referring to?
They will be referring to blacks that are employed at the mine.
Xa ezobuza umbuzo ke into yoba
Top
njengoba
positions. You
bethetha-
talk about top positions. So it must be black positions black persons employed by Lonmin in top positions. Is that correct?
That is correct, but not a person. I was just say blacks.
uthi ke ngoku yena bengabhekisi kwabantu abaphethe isikhundla esiphezulu abamhlophe abafana noFilimo okanye uFama abamhlophe kodwa bebhekisa kubantu abantu okanye kwikhampani ngokwayo nabo besebenzisa bebhekisa abantu abamnyama kodwa khonto nthongqo ebeyenza kumntu othile ngoba ethetha ngaloo nto leyo naxa ebuza uba benabantu becinga ngabani ngoba ethetha loo nto leyo uthi ke yena bebhekisa kubantu abamnyama.
Mr. Mathunjwa, I'm sorry, I'll have to make a submission at the end that that answer of yours is a less than reliable answer. That you know full well to whom you refer, and you make this statement on the morning of a most inflammatory situation, and now you're not willing to tell us who you refer to.
As I've answered earlier on.
Yes.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku le nto ayithethayo mnumzane Mathunjwa yinto engenawuthenjwa kakhulu kwaye uthetha into enjalo ebeni bayibona into yokuba imeko imaxongo. Sorry, what was your reply?
I'm still exploring the relationship between
Sorry, he's still
AMCU.
asking.
Sorry, uphendule ngokuthini? Uphendule ngokuthi Mr. Mathunjwa impendulo le besemnike yona ekuqaleni enkosi ngaloo nto leyo.
I'm still exploring the relationship between the two unions in December this year in order to understand what role that played in the tragedy.
Berger, you mean August this year?
In August
We
this
haven't
year.
got to December this year
I'm
yet.
sorry. It feels like December, Chair, but
Uva kamnandi ke umnisa bheka ingathi usena counseling ngathi seku December klar ngoku.
and what I'm putting to you is what the perception of AMCU was in public of NUM. And the next thing I want to put to you is that you accused NUM of being a sinister force behind the whole situation.
That is not correct.
Uthi ke ngoku yena usenior council uBerger ndoba ufuna ubonisa ndoba bubudlelwane buphakathi ke kweNUM neAMCU obukhokelele kuyo yonke le ntlekele ngoba yena wathi kuthiwa wathetha amazwi wathi umnumzana Mathunjwa into engaphezulu kwayo yonke semva kwayo yonke le nto yenzekileyo yiNUM yena uyawakhanyela ke lo mazwi umnumzana Mathunjwa.
Can I ask you to have a look at your press statement, which you issued on the 14th of August? It's Exhibit 002. And if you go to page 2 of that, that press statement, it says media release statement 14 August 2012.
Yes, I do have.
Page 2, last paragraph.
For me,
The statement reads, without laying any blame to anyone, but it is important to state that we also suspect some sinister forces behind the situation. Before the report about RDO's demands, we learned that NUM started an intensive campaign where they said reclaiming Lonman back. This campaign is ongoing and it is even involving top officials from the ruling party. That's referring to the ANC, is it?
That's correct.
Yes.
uthi ke unyanisile into bana wayebhekisa kuye ANC ngelo xesha into yokuba uvile nento ezithethwa yiNUM into yokuba bazokubanga kakhona iNUM uthi kwakhona abanye ke ngoku bombutho olawulayo ababandakanyekayo ngamanye amazwi uthi wayebhekisa ku-ANC ngalo mazwi wawo.
And I read on, these top officials have been conducting mass meetings with workers saying all bad things about AMCU and urging workers not to go back to NUM, who knows maybe is part of the strategy, and later blame AMCU for all the bad things in order for AMCU to be portrayed as a bad union. I understood that to mean you call NUM a sinister force. Was I wrong?
Xa kufundwa ke lamazwi into yokuba abantu ke babamba intlanganiso kuphinde kuthiwe mabangabuyeli kulo ntlanganiso yabo iAMCU uthi ke ngamanye amazwi besithi inkokheli bebethatha into yokubana ngamanye amazwi ngothetha njalo bathatha ingathi iNUM yiyo ke esemva zonke ezinto uyofuna uqonde ke kumnumzana Senior Council into yoba binjalo naloo nto leyo.
If you read the very same statement, you can see there is a full stop there. Situation, full stop. Then there's a new sentence that starts.
Yes. I'm not debating grammar with you. I'm asking for a context. I'm saying I read that you accuse NUM of being a sinister force. Did I read it incorrectly?
You have read that's why I'm saying that sentence finishes, there's a full stop there, then start a new sentence. Before the report about RTO demands, comma, we learned that NUM started an intensive campaign.
Mr. Mathunjwa, who were the sinister forces you were referring to here?
The very same sinister forces, it's what I communicated to management when they were asking us about the march. We said, surely there are sinister forces around this. Hence the management, they said they don't know who is behind this. So I was also saying the very same thing.
So you refer to sinister forces without knowing who they are?
That's what we wanted to investigate, who was behind.
Uthi ke bebefuna ukwazi ba lo mkhosi okanye le mkhosi lo okanye abantu basemva kwale nto bangobani na bebesefuna into yoba mabayiphande okanye benze uphando ngaloo nto leyo.
I will also make a submission that that answer is not reliable at the end of the inquiry. The next thing that you said of NUM as the president is that they were using dirty tricks. Do you accept that?
Did you find on the very same statement, sir?
It is somewhere in there. I'm testing your memory. Is it correct that you accused NUM in August 2012 of using dirty tricks?
Uyabuzwa kumbuzo into yokubana yinyani into yokubana na uye yena ngo-August 2012 watyhola iNUM ngokusebenzisa ubuqhophololo okanye amaqhinga amdaka.
It could be so, I've said, but
Let me help you, page 4 of that same statement, second paragraph.
uthi kuyenzeka mhlambi noba uyithethile into enjalo ngokusiwa ku-number 4 ku-page number 4 kwiparagraph yesibini.
You say, in conclusion, we want to call upon all stakeholders in platinum industry to accept the reality that AMCU is one of the major stakeholders that need to be respected, accommodated, and learned to work with. Trying to sideline AMCU and using dirty tricks in labeling AMCU as a hardline union which uses violence will not assist the situation.
Uthi ke xa
Yes, I see that one.
uthi uyabona ke lamazwi athi xa ndiqukumbela sifuna ukubiza bonke abandakanyekayo abaphetheyo eplatinum ukuba bazokwamkela into yokuba uAMCU ngenye ke inyabo yabaphathi okanye umbutho ofuneka uhlonitshwe wamkelwe nokuthi funeka kusetyenziswane kuye nawo ukuzama ukubekela ecaleni kukusebenzisa amaqhinga okanye ubuqhophololo ngendlela emdaka ukwenza iAMCU ibe ngathi ngoku isebenzisa udushe loo nto leyo akho apho izawunceda khona kwimeko.
Do I read that correctly, that you saw NUM as one of the sinister forces?
As I earlier on said, that the sinister forces are even referred to management, that this is what has to be investigated. In this instance where you are reading, I was reflecting to the employers that they had to accept AMCU as a stakeholder in the industry of platinum.
Uthi ke ngoku njema bethetha ngezi forces zakhe besithi sinister bengathethi bethetha ke kunye ebhekisa kumqeshi ilonmini ngoba loo nto besithi ke ubefuna into yokuba bona phayana bakwazi ukuthi bayamkele iAMCU njengombutho bayihloniphi.
Do you want the Commission to understand that what you say here is that Lonman was using dirty tricks on AMCU?
I'm not suggesting that, but this is what I wrote here.
Uthi yena akathethi into yoba okanye acebisa into yobana ilonmini yiyo ke yayisebenzisa amaqhinga amdaka kwiAMCU kodwa ke into ayibhalileyo phaya.
Mr. Mathunjwa, we can read what you wrote. I thought I understood that. I'm now trying to get your gloss on what you wrote. What I'm asking you is, would you accuse here of having used dirty tricks in labeling AMCU? What did you refer to?
I mean, I was referring to the industry and the stakeholders.
Uthi ke ngoku xa esithi yena abantu abasebenzisa amaqhinga amdaka wayebhekisa ke ngoku kwi-industry inkampani leyo kunye nabayo ababandakanyekayo abaphetheyo.
Which is the industry who played dirty tricks on AMCU?
I
The
mean,
platinum industry.
yes.
Oh.
Uthi ke le industry athetha ngayo ke ibingazila amaqhinga amdaka kwi-AMCU ye-platinum.
And who were the stakeholders who were playing dirty tricks on AMCU in August of this year?
Not referring to August, but I was referring to the industry, platinum industry.
I
my
don't mind
experience-
July or
yes.
April.
Okay.
Who do you refer to here as the industry players who were playing dirty tricks in labeling AMCU a hardline union? Who were they?
I was referring to the platinum industry, the mines in the platinum, where we organizing.
And then you said the role players also. I'm trying to identify the role players. Like I tried without success to identify the renter blacks, still don't know who they are. Now trying to understand your evidence that what you really here was referring to were industry players. And I want to see who those players are.
Is the employer.
Uthi ke yena xa ebhekisa into yokubana bethetha into yokubana abantu badlala amaqhinga amdaka kubo benzela amaqhinga amdaka uthetha nge-industry ngemigodi yonke iphelele yeplatinum ufuna uqonda ke yena usenior counsel uberger into yobana ke ngoku abantu badlala indima okanye abaphathi kuthiwa ngabo aba benza amaqhinga amdaka ngobani na.
If maybe I can continue, if you may allow me.
Yes.
I mean, we find difficulty to get organizational rights in many of the mines in the industry of platinum. Even though you meet targets, those are the dirty tricks that I'm referring to.
Uthi ke into athi ebhekisa kuyo la maqhinga ke ngula maqhopholo lamdaka into yokuba nokuba ke ngoba yalifumana lonani lipheleleyo kunye labantu akodwa banikwa amalungelo abo apheleleyo organization okanye kulo maziko.
Mr. Mathunjwa, AMCU has limited organizational rights at Lonmin in terms of an agreement concluded on the 15th of December 2011. That correct?
That is correct.
Uyavuma into yobana ngokwesivumelwano esenziwa nge-15 kaDisemba 2011 ayalinganisiwe amalungelo AMCU.
Those rights were then expanded in May of 2012 by way of an agreement called an addendum to the limited organizational rights agreement between AMCU and Lonmin. That correct?
That is correct.
Kuthiwa ke ngoMeyi kulo nyaka 2012 ayeke lo malungelo abo ongezwa and kukho isivumelwano esinjalo esenziwe nomnumzana uMathunjwa ayivuma loo nto leyo.
Where's the dirty trick?
Maybe let me assist here. Those limited organizational rights were never received or from the silver platter. We had to declare the dispute as from 2010. If you can check the date when we started having those organizational rights, until such time, we had a certificate to embark on a protected industrial action. And further that, as AMCU, we never used the certificate. I kept on knocking to the management, senior management of Lonmin, that resulted into those organizational rights. Whereas there were unions that they've got less membership, at the mine, that were given organizational right.
Na lo malungelo zange ibe ngudlela lula into yokuba ayifumane ngoba kwafuneka anyuke sihla ingqonkqoza kakhulu kubaphathi uthi ngelo xa ke abo bana bakwimanyano kanye iunion ababana malungu ambalwa bona bewaphiwe lo malungelo ngokugcwele kanye ngokupheleleyo.
Mr. Mathunjwa, that is a false answer. That is not what you referred to on 4 of your press report. Your press report deals with dirty tricks in calling AMCU a hardline union. It's got nothing to do with recognition rights which you voluntarily concluded with Lonmin.
That's what I've said. That was my answer.
Uthi ke nangona sithi impendulo yakhe ngoba bekuthiwa kuye le mpendulo azanayo apha phambi commission ayiyo nyani le ayithethayo umnumzana uMathunjwa ngoba kuthiwa xa ethetha ngezithethi tricks okanye lamaqhinga lawo akabhekisi kule mbabe ethanda uthetha ngawo ngoku.
And we also know that because of this toxic relationship between NUM and AMCU at August of this year, NUM wouldn't even go in the same vehicle than AMCU to the Kopi on the 15th. Is that correct?
As far as AMCU is concerned, we never had any toxic relationship with NUM. We, as you can look at those dates where we concluded those limited organizational right, there was no incident from our side that is known of that there is a toxic relationship.
Igama ke ngoku elisetyenziswayo apha utoxic elinobutyhefu into enobutyhefu ngaphakathi okanye nobungozi kuthiwa ngenxa yento yokuba ngekubudlelwane phakathi nomle AMCU kukho ingathi ubutyhefu phakathi kwabo yiyo loo nto leyo abantu base-AMCU nenoba bangakwazi ukuthi bakhwele kwinqwelo enye ngokuya kwakhe ke yena bekungekho nto ikhoyo okanye ubutyhefu phakathi kubudlelwane babo.
I cannot account to any person who decide to exercise his or her right and his decision or her decision in the matter that we are referring to.
Akanawuphendulela ke omnye umntu othatha isigqibo soba yena makasebenzise amalungelo wakhe ngendlela yakhe.
No, but Mr. Mathunjwa, you were present at the Kopi on the midday of the 16th of August when in your presence, one of your delegates sang this song that we heard about yesterday. This NUM, how are we going to kill it? This NUM, we hate NUM. That was a toxic relationship, Mr. Mathunjwa.
I did explain the song yesterday. As you say, you were present.
Yes. I heard you explaining the killing. How do you explain the idiom, I hate NUM? What does that mean? in Zulu or Xhosa?
Ukuzonda.
What does that mean? Help me. Beg your pardon?
I don't like,
Yes.
or I don't want to associate with you.
You say that's not serious, that's not literally meant.
No, it's a competition, as I explained yesterday.
Uthi ke ngoku njengoba betshilo ichaze ngizolo ethi inzondo sibiza into bathi na yintiyo umuntu ithetha loo nto ukungayithandi into okanye ukungafuni ukuba yinxalenye layo uthi ke loo nto into ebonisa into yoba kukho ukhuphiswano olukhoyo.
Mr. Mathunjwa, this is a matter of life and death. This is not a competition. Have a look at Exhibit L. It doesn't have to go onto the screen. I just want to show the witness this slide 101. This is a photograph taken the Tuesday before the Thursday when the song is sung. It's a photograph of a Num shop steward near the Kopi.
Kuthiwa ke le foto yathathwa ngeye-shop steward ye-Num ngaphambi kwekopi.
You've seen this.
Yes.
Uyayibona?
I put to you there was a toxic relationship between Num and AMCU in August of 2012 at the time of this upheaval.
I don't agree with that.
Uthi ke ngoku xa ixelelwa ke ngoku ngusenior counsel into yoba phakathi kobudlelwane babo kunye ne-Num kwakukho ubudlelwane bobunetyhefu okanye ungavisisani okungeneleyo yena uthi umnumzana uMathunjwa akavumelani naloo nto leyo.
I wasn't sure that I understood the answer to an earlier question of mine. Do you accept that on the 15th of August, Num wouldn't even travel to the Kopi in the same vehicle as AMCU?
Yes, I've answered by saying, if a person wants to exercise his or her rights, I'm not the one to determine that.
Uthi uphendule ngokuthi xa kuthethwa into yoba bona nenumzana bangahambe ngemoto enye wathi umntu ke ngoku xa efuna usebenzisa amalungelo wakhe akasoze ame endlini kuzosebenzisa amalungelo wakhe ngale ndlela afuna ngayo.
And as for AMCU, we don't have any toxic relation.
Uthi bona njenge-AMCU abanabudlelwane obunobutyhefu nabanye.
Do you also accept that in view of the relationship between the two unions, Lonman could never negotiate wages outside of the collective bargaining agreement?
Would you please repeat that one?
Because of the relationship between AMCU and Num in August of this year, there was no room to negotiate on wages outside of the established structures, those collective agreements in place and those unions with collective bargaining power. You accept that?
No, I don't accept because AMCU had no bargaining rights at Lonmin.
No, that's correct, and I agree with that. AMCU couldn't negotiate on wages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Uthi ke uyavuma into yoba ngela xesha u-AMCU bingenayo ke ngoku igunya ngelo xesha igunya lokuba ikwazi ukuthi ithethisane ngemiba ebhekiselene kwimivuzo.
And I think you accept that there was no way that Num could negotiate with AMCU on wages while AMCU didn't have the right to do a wage negotiation. They would have Num on their doorstep immediately. You accept that?
I know that we wouldn't negotiate with the employer, hence we don't have those rights.
Uthi beyazi into yokubana bengakwazi nokuthi bathethe nomqeshi ngoba bona bebengenawo elo gunya loba bayothethisana nomqeshi ngendaba yokuthi ebhekiselene kwimivuzo ngoba iNum yiyo binalo lungelo elo.
And also, I don't think also the employer cannot speak to Num by that time in terms of negotiations.
Uthi akacimbi into yobana ke ngoku umqeshi bengenothetha neNum xa ethetha ke ngoku ngento ezibhekiselene kuthethathethano.
Mr. Mathunjwa, we don't have to go there because as I understand the facts, Num didn't try to speak to the employer on wages during that month. So let's not raise problems which do not exist.
Kuthiwa kuye makangavezi ingxaki ezingekhoyo ngokuba inumzange izama uthethisana nomqeshi ngokubhekiselele kwimiba yemivuzo. So uthi masingavusi ingxaki ezingekhoyo.
I've now addressed with you the relationship between the two unions at Lonman during August. What I want to next just touch upon is...
Mr. Berg, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you perhaps like to touch on the next matter tomorrow morning at 9:30?
Indeed, Chair. Thank you.
The commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow.
Sesigqibile siyawuqhubekeka khona ngomso ngexala emva kwentsimbi yethoba 9:30 tomorrow.